Hello and welcome to Retro Round. It's round 6 of the Penrite ProMX Championship presented by AMX Superstores. This weekend at Coffs Harbour, it's all about root hair, moustaches, mullets, wild moto livery, Walkmans, Wham and Super Mario. Hi, I'm Kate Peck and we are winding it back with two of my favourite retro specimens, Danny Ham and Lee Hogan. You boys have really brought the goods, but I tell you what, it's like a vision into your past, or Danny, perhaps a vision into your future. Give me the lowdown on your getup.
Yeah, look, I thought I'd see how it feels. This is a look that I've been working on for a bit. I'm in the Miller Yamaha gear from back in CDR. I thought I'd steal it, don't tell Dakar, and yeah, what an outfit this has turned out to be.
What about you, Ho?
Yeah, look, I'm running the 94 Motocross of Nations jersey that I got to run in Switzerland, which means a lot to me, and running the hair that I wish that I could have been able to run in recent years.
Yeah, and I myself am running a bit of Dakar. Check it out. It's
Very
from
nice.
The 80s when he was racing in the USA. But enough of the shenanigans for now. Let's talk about motocross. Now, we're coming off the back of some brilliant racing in Maitland, where Aaron Tanti, the championship leader, took his first ever double victory in the 450 class. He's got one hand on the championship. Boys, talk me through his performance and how critical this round is in the championship.
Yeah, look, Aaron Tanti is finding form at the moment. He's just getting more and more comfortable each round. It's going to be hard to stop the steam train, that's for sure, but there's a lot of other competitors in there going to try their best, that's for sure.
Well, I got to say, don't forget Todd Waters. I mean, mathematically, he's still very close. He's in with a chance of getting it. He's coming off a great win last week in AORC. I mean, the conditions we got this weekend, very similar. Do not count him out.
Yeah, very much so. All right, well, let's take a look at the championship standings. As discussed in P1, CDR Yamaha Monster Energy's Aaron Tanti, and sitting in P2 with a 26-point gap is Husqvarna's Todd Waters, who has a 2-point lead ahead of P3 privateer Brett Metcalf. And moving into MX2, coming into this round, Wilson Todd from HRC was 86 points ahead, 83 points, mind you, ahead. He could very well take out the championship this weekend. We could crown him champion this round.
Absolutely. I mean, he has been dominant, hasn't he, all year long. One or two races here and there that he's been pressured, but you're right. This weekend, he could steal the championship, but we enter a track that can be very difficult. Who knows how that will play out?
Yeah, and it's also a case of, let's see if we can get another rider up in the top step of the podium. Could it be one of the Empire Kawasaki guys, Jai Constantino or Haruki Okayama, or maybe one of the Yamaha boys that have been knocking on the door all season?
Yeah, well, hold on to your mullets. Let's hit the mud with Danny and Lee as they take us for a tour of the Coffs Harbour track.
Michelin track preview here at Coffs Harbour for Retro Round, with close to 100 mil of rain having fallen in the area here of Coffs Harbour over the last few days. It's fair to say we could potentially have a mudder on our hands here, the first for the 22 race season. So could we potentially see a major change-up in the championship points chase with just 3 rounds to go? As we can see here, standing at the starting gate, this is quite possibly one of the muddiest start gates I've seen in about 40 years of motocross. And it's really easy. What I wanted to point out is to show you the different textures of the sand here. We've got almost like a bricky sand here that's turned to complete slop. But every now and then, we get a couple of good gates, like we can see here and here. So that's going to emphasise the importance of getting yourself a good qualifying position, having one of those first picks of the grid. What I also wanted to talk about was paddle tyres, or scoop tyres as they're called. You might want to sacrifice a little bit of lap time speed to be able to use these scoop tyres to rocket you down and into that first turn. All right, well, from one mullet to another, it's time to go across to Danny Ham.
Well, thanks a lot, Lee. One thing that we do need to discuss here at Coffs Harbour Round is a factor that's been brought up as we're coming into it, and that is the shortness of this track, and that's going to produce a lot of really quick lap times. Now, what they've done to try and combat this is build jumps just like we see here right behind us. It's a wall jump. We're coming out of a corner back there, probably about 50, 60 metres. The riders are going to come around there and get up to around about 80 kilometres before they have to slam on the brakes right here and basically roll over this. Now, the point of it is to try and create longer lap times. Now, why is that important? Well, these guys are going to do extra laps. Now, it might not seem like much. A 25-minute moto, they're still going to do 25 minutes of racing. But it's the extra laps that they do that is mentally draining on the rider. And with the current conditions that we have right here, it's going to produce a lot of mistakes. We may see some riders that we haven't seen too many times in our previous rounds. Now, there is a saying that the mud is a great equaliser. Never worked for me, but there is a lot of riders out there that can ride the mud well, and there's some very fast riders that get hindered in these kind of conditions. And that there is going to be your Michelin track preview for this week.
Well, quick little track preview for you there, as we can see on screen. Looks fantastic. Now it's coming, the goods. We're just going to quickly now go down to Kate Peck, who's with Aaron Tanti.
On the CDR Yamaha Monster Energy machine, you are out in front with the red plate with one hand on the championship trophy. How has that sunk in? How does that feel coming into Coffs Harbour?
Yeah, like we got 3 rounds, so you know, it hasn't fully sunk in yet. There's still a lot of points on the table, and like coming into this round with the weather and stuff, it definitely makes me a little bit more nervous. But yeah, it definitely feels good to have that little bit of points buffer, and I'd like to, you know, extend that one more round, and then I'd feel really comfortable.
You've got a full moto's worth of points. This is a really critical round for you in the championship. You've got a serious target on your back from the likes of Todd Waters, Ferris, Metcalf. How is the mud this weekend, though, going to throw a spanner in the works?
Yeah, the mud's never fun for anyone. It's hard on the bikes. You can definitely have, you know, equipment failure if it's super muddy. And then, yeah, also throwing in the fact of, you know, goggle malfunctions and all that sort of stuff, and, you know, maybe falling off if it's super muddy. So, yeah, the mud definitely throws a spanner in the works, and, you know, we all have to deal with it. It's probably going to be our first muddy race this year, so we've been kind of lucky with that. But definitely as the points leader, it makes me a little bit more nervous.
And what's the strategy going in if it is really bad?
Oh, it's 100% just to get a good start and, yeah, stay out of trouble. And if I do run into trouble, it's just make it all the way to the end of the race and get some points on the board.
Great. All right. Good luck, Aaron.
Thank you very much.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure, Danny, to watch the maturity as a racer of Aaron Tanti, and with the CDR Monster Energy Yamaha team behind him, he continues to grow week in, week out. It's so good. But also, what is so good is scan your eyes down to that starting line, and I know that definitely pricks your ears up, Hammy. You've got one of these retro bikes yourself.
Yeah, mate, this is great to see these bikes. I honestly thought, with the way we looked at the track yesterday and how muddy it was, we might have lost a few of these guys, but these are out there ready to go. I wouldn't ride the mud, but these guys are ready to go for it. We've got a big mix of bikes. There's some Evo bikes there, which is anything prior to 1981. There's some bikes that are going all the way up to 1995 as well. So we take a quick look at the lineup for the classic MX Moto 1. Sean Tompkins, a name that some people might be a little familiar with. The Tompkins name, David Middleton, Matthew Young, Alex Middleton, Paul Grant, who certainly is another name that everyone should know in motocross in Australia.
Yeah, great to see Paul Grant out there, and he was flying around in practice. It is so important to jump out of the gate nicely here, and there we see the big Honda South 500 with Paul Grant piloting that machine. He's got himself a very clear hole shot.
Oh, how's the Chesterfield Yamaha on the inside, though? Straight to the lead. What a line. He actually was starting quite wide on the gate through the mud, and I was going to say that the big 500 surely would be a big advantage around here, but already we see a little bit of a battle. Oh, touch of the wheels.
A beautiful pass up the inside for Paul Grant there. Just knuckles the end of the tabletop. Now, a little bit of history on Paul Grant. He was one of my teammates back in the day with CDR Yamaha. Like, I'm talking back in the mid-90s. So he's been around for a heck of a long time. And we haven't seen too much of him as he continues to battle here with the Chesterfield Yamaha number 74.
But as we see the whole shot on the left-hand side, number 44, Paul Grant, that big 500, clearly out into the lead as they launch out of the gate and up over this. And already we get to see how this track is starting to develop. Very muddy early on. It is starting to dry right now, and we are starting to see a lot of lines coming into play.
Now, these guys were second out for practice earlier on today, and like I mentioned before, Hammy, you and I were both out in the middle of the track watching these guys as they were negotiating their way around, and they were a little bit ginger at first, weren't they? I don't know if that was they were just trying to get the hang of the track or whether they were trying to protect these beautiful machines.
It is Inglis on the Yamaha, the second full machine that leads this one around. And you're right, I mean, there is so many hours, so much money, so much research and finding parts that are put into these bikes just to have them looking the way they are and running the way they are. It's a big effort to have them out there riding and seeing them on track.
Now, who would have thought, having seen the condition of the track yesterday and the amount of rain that had fallen in the Coffs Harbour area, I mentioned earlier in the opener, close to 100 mil of rain fallen in the last few days. Oh, Paul Grant getting a little bit low side there and almost getting caught in one of the ruts. But who would have thought the track would have come up like this? If you have a look outside of the main line, there is still so much mud, but it's starting to dry up on that main line. It's great.
Oh, how's the slow motion? Watch for the mud fly as they launch out. The old bike in the middle there, it looks like maybe the Red Devil. It's a little slow off the gate, but a brilliant shot just here as they launch out of that gate for the first time. And this is really the first time we've seen a start here. And I am surprised. When we looked at the gate yesterday, absolute flop they've done. The club's done a massive effort to get this track looking the way it is. And I think we are going to be in for some great racing today.
Club's done a fantastic job. And yes, with that slow-mo at the start, it was interesting to note. Every time I start talking, something happens. Someone nearly has a crash there. It was interesting to note there were a mixture of drum brakes at the front and some disc brakes. It's great to see the differences there.
Up and over this tabletop here. Not too many of these guys launching up and over. We'll see how hard a landing it is. I have myself a 96, the Miller Yamaha, and I do know that this particular bike that we're looking at can ride exceptionally well as we see this replay. Oh, just off to the side there, not quite getting the right line. But yeah, these bikes, they still really pump along. When you get them set up and running right, they are very, very fast bikes indeed.
Yes, I remember you had a 96 Yamaha, the Miller Yamaha, because I was actually a teammate there. Yes. So, yeah, they looked very cool. Still to this day, it's one of the main bikes. Quite often we get messages from around the world on how cool those bikes looked. And it was just a one-year thing, wasn't it? It didn't flow on.
It was great to have that. Oh, it's 57 there. Birds, he has closed right onto the back of Paul Grant. This bike a little bit older than the one that Paul Grant is on. I would think Granny's is maybe, I don't know just by the look, but maybe around a 94, 93 CR, no?
No, a little bit earlier than that. Yeah, I started riding a Honda CR 500 in 92, and that's when they changed to that flow orange colour bike. Yep. So it's a little bit earlier than that. I'm going to say late 80s and 88, 89 perhaps. This is way earlier than that. As you can see, completely different look. I'd almost go as far as to say that this was either a 480 or a 490, but I could be wrong. For all of the enthusiasts out there, I'm sure I'll hear about it. But as you can see, a lot more modern here. The white shrouds, I can't remember if we're talking 88 or 89. We need Glenn Bell in here.
We need someone with some experience with these bikes, as we see, and listen to the sound of that. The big 500, there's not many better sounding bikes out there than a 500 and full noise going around the tracks. And he is starting to pick up the pace now, Paul Grant, after that little moment that we saw in the opening lap. So maybe just trying to find his feet, pick those lines, and he is starting to find some speed.
Well, being an ex-pro racer, Paul Grant would know that the last thing you want to do is to have a major mistake and throw the bike on the ground in those early stages, especially in these semi-muddy conditions, because you've got to make your way up through the pack. So maybe we're just seeing a case of Paul Grant trying to ease his way into the race here, and then he might be able to remount another challenge for that lead.
Up and over that tabletop. It's great to watch the other riders launching it in the practice earlier on today, and we will see that again once we get those races underway. But right now, these guys just battling their way around the track, trying to stay upright, as you said, Lee, and that lead has certainly shortened up quite a fair bit. There was a 3 second or 2.5 second lap time difference between the leader and second place that last lap around. So I feel that's with no more mistakes, you may see a bit of a battle coming on for Grant as our leader Inglis takes a quick look over his shoulder.
And of course, here at Coffs Harbour for Retro Round, and it has been amazing to see all of the race teams get so behind this theme of retro. Some of the coolest looking graphics that we've seen, but even some of the riders walking around in the pits, Danny. It's great to see. A couple have come to mind straight away. Brett Metcalf, Jesse Dobson, really getting in character. Almost felt like we were part of the team.
It was great to see everyone really loving this theme, and I hope that we get to see it again in the future years of this motocross series. We see our leader clocking over another lap at rack gear. Doesn't that just look great on this bike?
Well, it goes with the old school theme. I know there was a very cool thing. Mark Luksic last night organised a Legends gathering, and it was great to see all the old crew there, the likes of Glenn Bell, Craig Dack, Jeff Leask, of course, and everyone got to ask some questions. A really good interactive little hit up. Let's check this slow-mo.
Oh, look at that front guard bouncing around with the weight of the mud underneath them. Fantastic slow motion shot there. What I'm really surprised at though, Lee, and we said it when we first turned up this morning, is we're expecting the bikes to be absolutely caked with mud, and it just hasn't turned out that way so far. It's really starting to form up quite nicely.
Yeah, I know one of the Blanchette boys, the president of the club, mentioned to you, hey, we're almost going to be putting water on the track here. No one believed that when we heard that. We were like, are you kidding me? We are certainly in for a mutter. Sure enough, the sun has come out here. We've got a little bit of temperature in it being Coffs Harbour. Beautiful day here, and we're in for some incredible racing.
Paul Grant still trying to close in that gap there as they come up on another one of the riders. I think that is Adam Notley on the Kawasaki 500, another beautifully presented bike, as they work their way through the shadows at the back of the track. And I wonder if that's going to play any part of it early on in these races, those dark shadows and this very dark soil as well, as we see our race leader slide out there, and just recovering and having to go across the rut.
Yeah, Paul Grant was close enough there to see that mistake, and there's an opportunity for him to perhaps make a pounce with only just over 2 minutes to go plus a lap in this classic MX Moto 1.
Down through the AMX turn right here as we take another quick look at this replay. Watch the back end step out as he comes through this corner. There's nowhere else to go than across that rut there. A slight little moment, and I'm sure that he got the heart rate going just a little bit. But he's managed to hold that lead quite good at the moment.
Yeah, looking spectacular at the head of the pack. Blue flag waving there. That's an indication to a lapped rider. Hey, you're about to be put a lap down. It means you're not currently in this race or in this battle, so move out of the way, let that rider through. Quite often, you can bring a rider unstuck. These lap riders, they try to move completely out of the way and take them out on their way through.
Well, that was the 93 machine of Daniel Green as they go past another rider that is very heavily involved in the BMX scene here in Australia. The guys do get to do a lot of racing with the BMX scene. They get to a lot of different really top-end venues, and I can tell you it is an absolute ball to get out there and ride those races with these guys. Go out and battle it out, you know, you push each other around, come back in after and have a good old laugh. You know, the fun that we always, what we started racing for, is just pure enjoyment, and it's really a good scene to be a part of.
Now, speaking of the BMX scene, Danny Ham, I know you're an integral part of that whole scene here in Australia, and of course you've got your very own immaculate Honda CR500 yourself. Any plans for you to hit one of these races? Of course you can't do it today, unfortunately you're in here with the in the box with me. However, is there any races coming up that you plan on doing?
I would like to do a whole heap. I haven't been out on it for quite some time, so I've got to make some starts. But yeah, I'd love to get back out there and do some more. There is a Nationals, the Classic Nationals coming up soon. That would be great to get to. But yeah, we just have to wait and see if we do get that opportunity. I do love it every time we get out there and able to ride these bikes.
Well, closing stages here of Moto 1, the Classic MX, and it's a Yamaha 250 with the Chesterfield graphics on versus the might of Paul Grant and the big CR500 two-stroke. Who's going to come out on top? Only a couple of laps to go. And I dare say Grant is just sitting in there. He's been in this position quite a few times. He will know where his fast parts are on the track. Do you think perhaps he may be leaving it for a last-minute passing attempt?
Well, the lap times suggest that these guys have both picked up the pace. They equaled each other in the last couple of laps, so they're not slouching around, that's for sure.
And back in third place, Robert Burns was someone that was flying around in practice. He looked the most impressive out of everyone. Yes, he's on the oldest of those 500s that we're seeing, but he finds himself a long ways behind, and that gap is growing. It was 18 seconds just a moment ago. It's stretched to 26 seconds now. So did he have a little bit of a mishap, or is he just not quite on the pace? How's the slow-mo replay here? What a cool shot of not only the bike. So is that an old Elsinore Red Devil with the red engine?
Yeah, great to see that. There is Stephen Sweeney on the air-cooled Honda machine, the Red Devil.
Oh, that is just brilliant to look at, and the gear as well. Just see the boots on the top of the fork, those black protective boots, of course. Not the upside down forks that we see on these late model bikes. These are conventional forks, so the sliders are in the top part of the forks, and of course that is right in the line of roost. You need to make sure that you have those flexible rubber boots over the top of them, and it looks so cool. Brings back lots of memories.
Well, Brenton Inglis has answered the call for that challenge on this very final lap. He has stepped up the pace and has stretched out that lead just a little bit as he comes around to put a lap down on the Coffs on the Suzuki. I think it was a 125 that I heard blasting around earlier on.
Sounded really very lean in practice.
There was certainly some lean bikes out there. One in particular, I was calling that it may not finish practice, but somehow made it all the way to the end. But the conditions are certainly a lot better now for these bikes as they go around on their final lap.
Yeah, fantastic job for our race leader, Brenton Inglis. He's shown everyone a clean set of heels on that Chesterfield Yamaha. And of course, the late Donny Schmidt. I got the opportunity to race his full factory bike in the 93 Motocross of Nations. And what a bike that was. This looks very, very similar to the actual bike that I got to ride. And he's doing a great job, keeping it nice and clean at the head of the pack. It wasn't without some form of pressure from Paul Grant, but he has stretched that lead out massively now.
Yeah, that looks like it could have been a mistake, but the win will go to Brenton Inglis on the 74 Yamaha, the 74 bike number, Yamaha 250. As we wait for Paul Grant to come up and over as well. Looks like he has just completed his race right there. Oh, the pizza seat 125. I love that bike.
Oh, there's so many cool things getting around. Retro weekend, perfectly matched up with the classic MX racing here. So more of our riders coming through. There we see our number 57, Robert Burns. He's fallen off the pace ever so slightly, but he will come through and hold down a top 3 position, putting himself in a good place to be up there on the podium once those points are scored at the end of the day.
Now, these guys... You know, all of these wussy pro riders only have to do 2 motos. These guys, 3 motos on the day.
Yeah, I know. Not only that, they're probably back there having to clean their own bikes themselves. Yep. And with a tear in their eye, oh no, I had these brand new plastics on.
There's
which
$1,000.
It took me about a year to get a hold of from the other side, ordering it online. So, no, great job to these guys. Fantastic. And solid commitment for them to rock up, because they would not have expected a track like this. They would have been thinking absolute mudder on our hands here.
That was Alex Middleton on the Honda 125, number 32. That just came across the line as we see the winner of this race. Wearing that very bright rat gear. That was, what year was that? No, that wasn't a CDR. That was, that was well before that, wasn't it?
Yes, we're talking around 1990, I'm going to say, and Craig Dack on that particular team. And well, there's a lot of riders that came through that system. Craig Dack, Glenn Bell, James Deacon, a bunch of riders. So, you know, an interesting time in the sport where we had some interesting sponsors paying for a lot of bills, shall we say. Let's take a look at the results of Classic MX Moto 1. Brenton Inglis with a solid win. Paul Grant in 2nd place. Robert Burns in 3rd. And a couple of the Middleton boys rounding out 4th and 5th. Alex Middleton and David Middleton in 5th. All right, let's go down to Kate, who's got our winner.
Yes, indeed we do. Brenton Inglis on the Yamaha 250. Brenton, how was that out there?
Hard work. Track's all right. The track's coming good, so on these bikes it's about as good as you can ride them, but it's good fun.
Yeah, was it quite an experience?
Yeah. It feels like I'm back in 94, so that's probably not too bad.
Excellent. Well, the bike looks great. You look great. You probably need to clean it up a little bit before the next moto.
Yeah, Dad's on the pressure washer, so he'll be loving it.
Yeah, good stuff. All right, congratulations, Brenton.
Thank you very much.
All right, cracking job, Brenton Inglis. with a solid win. But let's take a look at the Honda highlights, Danny Ham.
What a start it was for Paul Grant, and that Chesterfield, listen to it on the outside, that YZ250 working its butt off to try and get down that straight small moment. Early on for Paul Grant, that allowed Inglis to challenge for the lead.
Yeah, and a great job for him taking the win, but there we see a little bit of a mistake there from Paul Grant, and those bikes, once again, a mistake there from Inglis. There was a few going on. I was just about to mention, Hammy, the Honda 500 two-strokes, when you're in a bit of a rhythm, fantastic. When you're out of a rhythm, it feels like you are riding a boat anchor around. They can really easily get out of hand.
It's a good sign too for what we are expecting later on as we see Inglis come over and take that win. A great win indeed. But these ruts, they can bite you very quickly, and it could bite any of these top riders later on today.
Absolutely. You need to be so comfortable with the ruts riding here today at Coffs Harbour. All right, race number 1 in the books. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we have got plenty more action for you.
Penrite, a 100% Aussie company, pride themselves on their commitment to all forms of motorsport in Australia, from the very grassroots to competing and succeeding at the highest level. It's always been a big part of their DNA. And this real-world testbed for their products ensures the lubricants and fluids you buy for your vehicle have benefited from the development of being punished in a way that only competition can. Penrite, it competes, you win.
AMX and Penrite have joined forces to give away the ultimate moto workshop valued at $5,000. You can set yourself up with the best from Penrite, NetPro, RHK, Motion Pro and much more. To enter, simply purchase any Penrite product at AMX Superstores, scan the code and you're in the draw to win. It's that easy. What are you waiting for? Rush in now to AMX for your chance to win. AMX Superstores, your one-stop shop for all motorcycle accessories, proudly supporting the 2022 ProMX Series.
Race to the front with the all-new Maxxis motocross tyre range. The next-gen MX lineup features racing-specific compounds and advanced tread patterns that maximise traction at the highest level of racing. Leading product innovations extend across the entire MX range, offering a premium performance option for all types of terrain and conditions. Put the all-new Maxxis MX range to the test.
Welcome back to the Penrite Oils ProMX Championships, brought to you by AMX Superstores. Let's quickly go down to Kate.
Yeah, I've got Carl Blunden here from the KTM group. You've got a rider out there who hasn't really featured for you this year on the gas, Nathan Crawford. Tell us how he's feeling right now.
And everybody else, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, no,
keep an eye out for bike number 7, Charlie Tanner, 21st position qualifying.
Back here,
so she's
good feeling.
nearly halfway up the field.
Fantastic, all right. Well, good luck out there.
Pretty impressive time by her as well.
Yeah, Kyle Blunden does a fantastic job. Great to have him on the microphone there for a little bit. We're having a quick look here on the start line. We're not too far away from our next race getting underway very, very soon. All right, time to go down to Danny Ham, who's with Nathan Crawford.
Factory KTM Nathan Crawford returns to the race this weekend after an injury sustained earlier in the year. Mate, give us a rundown exactly what happened and, of course, how it's feeling coming in today.
Yeah, so, as you said, like about a week before the first round, I was just doing a shakedown race and, just sort of a bit of a wrong place at the wrong moment sort of incident and, come together with another rider, and ended up going down and ended up in resulting in a broken femur. So yeah, that was a tough pill to swallow initially. Had to get surgery on it basically the very next day to maximise the time that I had. Honestly, it's a surprise that we're even here, to be honest. I was supposed to be ruled out for the whole of motocross, and to be able to come back and do the last 3 rounds, you know, safely within the doctor's orders, I was stoked, and the team's stoked as well. So I feel really good now, to be honest, like as far as the leg goes. Obviously I haven't raced in about 6 months, but I feel confident enough that we can just get out there and have a bit of fun.
Well, that was my next question, is that you have been on the bike. We did just hear that quite a lot in the backgrounds, I guess you could say, over the last 4, 5, 6 weeks. You've been able to get on the bike, do some testing? Yeah,
I've actually been back on the bike for probably nearly 2 months. We were tentatively maybe going to be able to come back for Maitland. Unfortunately, that didn't quite pan out the way we'd hoped. But yeah, I've been back on the bike for quite some time, and yeah, riding the race bike and spending some time with the team and just trying to get back to a respectable level. And I feel quite good. So we'll just see how tomorrow goes.
Well, we're really looking forward to you being back out there. Of course, the first race for the series back with us. Good luck, mate. I hope everything goes well.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Well, I tell you what, it is fantastic to see Nathan Crawford on the factory KTM back and racing after a long stint being injured. And I know he was chomping at the bit, and it's great to see him back here as we have a look at some sensational slow-mo here of the mud. A little bit of gumboot action, and I tell you, if we could have found any gumboots in the Coffs Harbour region, Danny Ham and myself would have been wearing some as well, but none to be found. Have a look at that mud flying. I dare say we've got a scoop paddle tyre on the back there. Beautiful action.
Yeah, great to see these bikes in this slow-mo stuff. And you're right, Lee, it was really wet earlier on today, but as we've just mentioned, things are starting to turn around and starting to really shape up well. These riders very focused before heading out for their practice. Of course, Kirk Gibbs rejoins us after looked like to be quite a nasty injury at our last round, so good to see him back on the line.
Yeah, Kirk Gibbs having a little bit of surgery, and we thought it was going to be soft tissue damage, ligament, ended up being a bone. Needed to be fixed, and of course our favourite surgeon, Dr. Stephen Andrews, based up in Queensland, who is just renowned for his work and how good he is. Let's take a look at the Pirelli lineup. MX2 Moto 1, Wilson Todd, Jesse Dobson, Bailey Malkowitz, Nathan Crawford and Haruki Yokoyama.
Bud, Taylor McKay, Barham, Rogers, Cosford, Ferguson, and just some more big names that are all on the line as we are getting set to get this one underway. The 15-second board does go up. We're about to launch out of the gate. Very important that these riders launch early. Lee Hogan, who was your pick to get into that first turn first?
Wilson Todd's been getting some great starts. We're only moments away. 15-second board goes sideways. You do not want to be stuck on the far right-hand side here in this mud. Holding the gate for a long time as the riders take off. Who is at the head of the pack? There's a blue bike.
There's a blue bike, and there's also a green one, Haruki Yokoyama.
And someone went down halfway down the straight. We'll need to pick up who that was. There was a pile of smoke halfway down that main straight. Reese Budd.
Crawford on the outside. Honda.
There's Benny Novak, I believe, number 70 on that Honda, as he gives a little bit of a shake of the head there.
Oh, over the finish line. That was very close for Crawford. Almost coming together with that rider, number 16, Caleb Barham, as they drop into that very steep wall jump. It slows them down quite a bit. These guys were first out on track this morning, so there was absolutely, once again, no lines for these riders. As we see Reese Budd starting to find his form around the outside there. Is that Dobson?
Yeah, that's Dobson. He's a little ways back at the moment, and on the Serco Yamaha trying to make his way through, so certainly not the start that he would have liked. Wilson Todd got himself a good start. The 7-hole shot of Reese Budd, and it was a clear hole shot.
As they blast through this left-hand turn, Haruki Yokoyama still there in second under a lot of pressure by Barham, I think it is, around the outside, and he's got himself a good line. Outside, inside, moves himself up into second place, and Haruki Yokoyama goes back to third place.
Yeah, Wilson Todd back there, one spot in fourth, but they need to keep tabs on our race leader, that's for sure.
Cannot let him get away this early in this one. Wilson Todd looking strong. I actually didn't even see where he was. The different look that they've got for this round made it very hard to pick up. As we see Haruki Yokoyama trying an outside line there, just hasn't come into any shape just yet. as they jump back onto the start line once again. Burham there in second place, but starting to pull away just that little bit. Yokoyama in third. Crawford there in fifth place, and Malkowitz in sixth.
Yeah, so Wilson Todd already starting to make his moves. He goes around the outside of Haruki Yokoyama on the Empire Kawasaki. Honda Machine makes his way up into third place.
Crawford there in fourth. Last lap around was very loose over that finish line jump. Again, down into the wall jump, or bouncing into it was Wilson Todd. And Todd really would love to get up there and put himself in a strong motor on this one and really get himself closer to clinching that title here today. And it'd be great for him to know that the job is done leading into the last two rounds. And just go out there and have some fun and enjoy those last races. We take a quick look at this replay of the start. Oh, good jump there by the Honda rider.
Yeah, that's Wilson Todd. You can see he almost had a few centimetres on everyone. Great reaction time from Todd.
As the mud flies through the air in the background. Absolutely.
Oh, and there we saw that coming together. There were two or three riders, and then tagged handlebars, all kinds of carnage. There must have been 5 or 6 riders down.
I didn't see the first one, saw the second one, certainly. So plenty of carnage as we see Crawford now on the attack as he works his way to the inside of Yokoyama, and he's got himself a good line. Moves himself up one more place, and towing along behind them is Malkowitz on the 11 machine. Circo Yamaha rider. Orange and white bike this weekend. They look superb as we saw them in the pits yesterday. He will try his hardest to make this pass early on as well and not let these riders up the front get away too far.
Well, I tell you what, it's fantastic to see Nathan Crawford up so far towards the head of the pack in fourth place, and he looks to be heading forward. I know he had his first practice race last weekend and wasn't up near that pointy end of the field, and he certainly wasn't racing against the calibre of these riders here. But Danny, we were talking, who are going to potentially be the riders to take it to Wilson Todd and try to steal an overall win from him after being so unstoppable so far this season? Who would it be? At the moment, it looks to be Reece Budd, but unfortunately for him, he has got plenty of company right behind him. Caleb Barham and the menacing Wilson Todd makes a pass just as we say that.
Yeah, found himself a nice inside line there as we see our lap rider already coming into play, but needs to clear this one out as soon as he can, and he certainly does. That is one of our riders that went down early on off the start, so that is why we're seeing a lap rider ever so early in this moto as we see Wilson Todd trying to find a bit more speed, get up there, and now Lee, this is the
beautiful
that inside. He's found so many good lines so far. Lee, for yourself, being in second place, I feel, would be probably a better position to be in right now. He's able to see some different lines, but probably one of those times where you can tighten up knowing that those guys back there are closing in.
Yeah, I think it depends so much on the dynamic of the race, and what we're seeing at the moment is someone coming from so far behind and having so much extra lap time speed. So yes, I would much prefer to be in second place at the moment, because I think it's only a matter of time until we see a pass for Wilson Todd making his way into the lead. But Reece Budd seems to be dealing with the pressure reasonably well at the moment. However, on the other side of the track is where Wilson Todd's got a couple of those very sneaky inside lines. I do feel once Todd makes the pass on Reece Budd, he will need to pick up on a couple of those lines.
Well, Todd's been very quick around the outside here. It's where he made his pass early on. Almost made it the last lap there to get into second. But there's those sneaky inside lines like right here.
He's got an inside line here, which is great. It leads to a little bit of a mud section, but however, it brings him right up to the inside of Reece Budd. Some nice exit speed from the Yamaha rider kept him in the lead here, but we're coming up very close now to that inside that I was talking about, Danny.
Yeah, that's the beauty of being in that second spot. You do get a chance to see where all the other riders are. He has made some passes around the outside, up the inside, and he knows what lines are working already, where Budd has just been out the front trying to pick those lines early and try and work out what is working the best. As we see the riders negotiate those ruts up the tabletop, up ramp there. Todd, little tuck of the front, slightly there, but wasn't too much of a concern to him as he continues to move forwards.
Here's that inside line, but he just wasn't close enough. That little mistake that you just mentioned dropped him up the back of Reece Budd. I'm impressed with how Budd's responded here. He's picked up the pace a little bit, and we've known from over the years as a junior that Reece can pump up a little bit and get some arm pump, and that's something that he's worked on so much over the years. So I guarantee you he would be very mindful of the fact, hey, I've got company on the back of me at the moment. Do not pump up. Stay loose no matter what happens.
Second place, starting clear out, but third place, the pass has made by Crawford as he goes through past Barham into third. But let's head down to Kate for an update.
We've got Damien Budd here, Reece Budd's dad. Damien, after a pretty unlucky Maitland, how do you think he's handling this pressure of Wilson?
He's doing well at the moment, so he's actually out in front. So we'll see how he goes. He's got a bit of pressure from Wilson, but the gap's pretty even, so I think he'll do well. So he's coming around now, so I better get on.
Great, thanks, Damo. Big Red.
Big Red, I like to call him. He's one of the nicest blokes, one of the biggest gentlemen in the sport of motocross, and he's got one of the biggest hearts. He'll do anything for anyone. He should be, at times, probably helping Reece there. If someone else has got a problem, he'll be out helping them in the pit. So great to hear from Damo there, and good to see Reece Budd out there at the head of the pack. So we just have a little bit of a look here, the replay, the Honda replay of Nathan Crawford making that pass on Caleb Barham, moving himself up into a top 3. A cracking race here for his first event back.
Yeah, really good form at the moment as we see Bud back on the screen. And I'm impressed with Bud. The last lap around it was his quickest, so he is finding those lines, those quick lines, and he has stepped it up a little bit and sat up in the corner just a little bit there. Those mistakes are going to happen, but that has allowed Todd to get right onto that back wheel.
It's such a beautiful line, that corner prior, as he switches to the outside, which puts him on the inside and makes the pass. Wisely, Reece Budd decides to shut it down, slot in behind, because we know how quickly Wilson Todd can run and hide. If he's got any hope of picking up on some of these lines, some of these creative lines that the Honda rider has found, you need to stay close enough to be able to see them.
Yeah, this is where he should take that opportunity. As we see, the outside moves to the inside. This is a great, well set up line right there by Wilson Todd. Knew exactly what he was going to do going into that turn prior to this one, and makes that pass, a beautiful pass indeed, puts himself into the lead. Now, he has a clear track in front of him. Do we see some fast lap times out of him right now to try and run away?
Let's watch him as he already starts slightly to pull away from Reece Budd, and not too far back from Nathan Crawford. Now, let's bear in mind, 25 minutes plus a lap is an absolute eternity. We have still got over 15 minutes on the clock plus a lap, Danny Ham. I'm interested to watch how Reece Budd and Nathan Crawford, in the time gap between these two, between second and third, how that plays out. Some of our big name riders, Bailey Malkowitz, Jesse Dobson, we find them back in 5th and 6th place.
Is that Crawford that I just saw down? It is too. Crawford goes down just before the mechanics area. Unfortunate for him, he was sitting there in 3rd place. He lost the peak as well. So it'd be interesting to see how that one happened. But unfortunate for him, he drops out of the top 3. Great ride here by Barham. He's moved himself up into 3rd place now, so really solid performance, and he sits there in front of Malkowitz and Dobson, who are starting to really put the pressure on as well.
Well, Caleb Barham really set this effort up from a fantastic jump out of the gate, didn't he? Getting a good start here is so incredibly important today. All these riders here picked up on Wilson Todd's inside line there, that run. It's almost cover shot worthy for a magazine, that inside, isn't it? It's about as good as it gets. Right, let's quickly go down to Kate.
Yeah, I just got an update from Kyle Blunden on Nathan Crawford. He just tucked the front of his KTM.
Yeah, it's a very quick corner right there. Wouldn't take much just to get the line slightly wrong, so probably didn't settle into a rut quite as nicely as he wanted. Just tucks that front. Unfortunate for him, but these are the kind of mistakes that happen when you aren't on the bike all that much.
Yeah, very easy mistake to make, and of course his first big race back as we have a look at another exceptional slow-mo. I wish we had this slow-mo camera at every event. It's spectacular.
We see Haruki Yokoyama working on the back wheel of Jesse Dobson down into this right-hander. It's a really sort of hook corner just there at the start of it. That rut hasn't formed up quite that nicely. And it's a good battle here between 5 riders now as we see Crawford getting back onto the rear of this little freight train that's going on. Malkowitz unable to get over that finish line that time around. That has allowed Dobson to get right up beside him. Can he make this pass stick? He's going to the inside of the next corner, and he does control that line. So moves himself up one more position as he starts to work towards Barham just there in front of him. And Haruki Yokoyama has not dropped off the pace either.
Yeah, fantastic battle for the 2 Serco Yamaha boys. Jesse Dobson versus Bailey Malkowitz, and Haruki up the inside. He's trying to make a pass, and not the prettiest over the tabletop there. However, I think if he had got that clean, he almost would have made the pass.
That line was great up the inside. I'm not seeing too many people using it as we see them tip into that left-hander.
Do you see how high Haruki got his left leg up and out of the way? That was brilliant. His leg is only about 25 centimetres long. Haruki is such a nice lad, but he's 4 foot nothing, and the bike almost stands taller than him. And I tell you what, if there's a rider that knows how to hold that throttle absolutely wedged, it's Haruki. I had the pleasure a couple of weeks ago, Danny Ham, of testing his bike for ADB magazine, and that thing is full factory, straight out of Japan. So we're talking suspension, Showa suspension on that Joe Shimoda can't even get on his factory Pro Circuit Kawasaki.
Wow.
And it was a pleasure to ride that machine. And I tell you what, that explains why he's getting around so good. Obviously, he's got a lot of skill up his sleeve as well.
Into the right-hander, there is Dobson on the 14 machine. Malkowitz has not dropped back that far off them, but that has allowed... Oh, have we lost Barham somewhere? On our scoring, he's dropped back a little bit. I can't see him just there in front of him, so I've completely missed that. But looks like Dobson now sits there in third place. As we see the clock ticking down to 11 minutes remaining in this one. Crawford doing his best to try and make this pass on Haruki. And every time he gets close, he makes that small mistake and just drops back off the back. So get into some lap riders here.
Yeah, if he could just make a pass or two and just get back up a little bit closer towards where he was earlier on in the race, it's still a fantastic effort for him. He'll go back, have a chat with his mechanic, his team manager, they'll debrief, they'll go over the positives and the negatives from this race. And I think the main thing that he'll take from it is, hey, let's just settle down a bit, take our time just a little bit more. Bailey Malkowitz, another big name rider who's had some dramas. He's up and going again. Be interesting to see what happened there. But of course, so easy to have some kind of a drama here on the Coffs Harbour circuit.
These ruts can reach up and grab you very quickly indeed. And you're right with Crawford. He really needs to just get through the weekend, take a lot of positives away. He's been off the bike a long time. He's missed out on a lot of races. I know he realises this, and going into this one, you know, he thought he'll do well, but I'm sure he didn't think that he was going to go out there and win today. And by all rights, he's in the right mindset to go out there and learn from it and get back up into the pace that he knows he has. And right now, sitting back there in 5th place, it's a good start today. It's a small mistake going down, but it's a pretty solid start.
Well, look, there's no doubt, you know, when it comes to Nathan Crawford, he's tougher than a $2 steak, but he's coming back from an injury and he needs to take his time. There's no rush. He's got to be impressed with his lap time speed and to be able to have a crash and then climb back onto the rear end of the likes of Haruki Yokoyama. And then ahead of him, you've only got riders such as Jesse Dobson, Reese Bud, Wilson Todd, the biggest names in MX2 that we currently have here in Australia. So a great job from him. But Haruki Yokoyama continues to do a stellar job there in 4th place.
Well, having a look at the Pirelli leaderboard on the left-hand side, we can see Todd still leads this one. He has pulled out 6 seconds over our 2nd place rider in Reese Budd. And then further 10 seconds back to Dobson as we head back down to Cape for another update.
Yeah, I've got Mark Slanik here, Wilson Todd's manager. Mark, tell us what Wilson thinks about this kind of track.
Oh, he absolutely loves it. Just muddier, harder it is. He just loves to get around it.
Very dangerous.
And he is a dangerous man.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, never a truer word said as Wilson Todd continues to stretch out the lead at the head of the pack. But Danny, just before we went down to Kate, I was about to say, interesting to note, Jesse Dobson is only a small little gap ahead of Haruki Yokoyama. He hasn't managed to stretch that gap out too much. And of course, as we know, Nathan Crawford all over the back of the Kawasaki rider. So a 3-way train going on as Haruki tries to rail around the outside. The Japanese rider is on fire.
Well, around the outside again. We saw it on lap number 1. He tried that line. We said the line hasn't been put in yet. He has worked it. He's worked it for the entire moto, and it has paid off. He has moved himself up one more spot back into 3rd place. This is a fantastic ride by the Kawasaki rider. So we see one of the riders into the pit. That is Curtis King, the 94 machine. Unfortunate. Yes. Taking a quick trip through there. Take a look at this around the outside. Sets up early here and then just blasts that rut. This one tips it in hard.
The commitment from Haruki there, and I tell you, he's putting that factory shower suspension to extremely good use there.
Straight onto the back as well. Crawford wants to run with Yokoyama, and he also makes that pass on Jesse Dobson as they move into some more laps of traffic here. Oh, Dobson, no, is not giving that one up just yet. The two riders are going to find their way between these lap riders. Both of them electing not to jump that jump properly for safety reasons. Oh, so easy to get caught up if you're in the wrong line.
Now, I'm just trying to spot Haruki Yokoyama as he's just gone. He's just checked out. He's on a set of rails out there. Now, it's kind of, the wheels have fallen off ever so slightly for Jesse Dobson at the moment. He had a great charge going on at the start of the race. But we can see he just doesn't seem to have that flow that he had earlier on. He needs to do everything he can to hang on to the back of Nathan Crawford at the moment and try to turn his race around. Still got 7 minutes to go. Plenty of time to get that rhythm back again.
Yeah, he does look a bit tight, doesn't he? Just going through those couple of corners. It didn't quite look like the rider he was at the start of this race. There is King on the two-stroke 250.
Yeah, it was great coming through that AMX Superstores corner, listening to that bike. And, of course, his father, the iconic, the legend of Shane King, former world champion. It was great to catch up with him last night. All right, time to go down with Kate, who's caught up with Haruki Yokoyama's mechanic, who just happens to be his wife.
Yeah, team manager Tyson Cherry. Tyson, tell us how Haruki's riding out there. Some great moves from him. Has he got more in it?
Yeah, for sure. He's just had a really good start and then dropped back to 5th. But he's just come back and now I think he just got into 3rd. So hopefully keep charging away in the top 2.
Great. Thanks, Tyson.
Thank you.
It's a fantastic ride from Haruki here, who continues to just log lap after lap, nice and smooth. I haven't really seen him make too many mistakes whatsoever.
He's looking very good on that bike. Kawasaki moving well underneath him. As we see Crawford there around the outside, almost a little bit too wide, landing on that jump. He sits there in 4th still, and they have dropped off Dobson. Behind them, Barham still sitting back there in 6th place in front of McCabe. Rogers, Ferguson and Constantino is your top 10 as we have 5 more minutes left in this race.
Aha, there we go. So there's a nice little salvage for me there. So there's Haruki's mechanic, who happens to be his wife. She doesn't speak a word of English at all, but she is, I tell you what, if you want to see someone fast on the T-bar, she makes all of us look silly. She is an incredible mechanic and a great support of her husband, Haruki Yokoyama, who is doing her proud at the moment, Danny Ham.
Doing very well. And was she watching this live stream that we've got going on right now, looking down at the phone, keeping an eye on what's going on at the back of the track? And it's a good thing because the mechanics are tucked over the very back of the track, really low part of the track too, so they cannot see much, only when their riders come back around them. So we see Bud on screen. He has dropped back a little bit, but still a solid 2nd place at the moment.
Now, something's happened to him, because I was just about to say he's only 5.1 seconds behind. I'll have a look up and it's 10 seconds. Something has happened. I don't know if he had an off-track excursion or something went wrong. However, something's happened to Reece Budd. Still, nonetheless, 2nd place. He is currently 2nd place in the championship, and deservedly the one, if anyone, is going to take it up to Wilson Todd. It's going to be Reece Budd.
Well, the provisional points as they stand at the moment, we see 265 Paul Wilson Todd. If the places finish exactly where they are at this present point in time, but they're in 2nd place, 169, 162 for Dobson, 157 Malkowitz, 146 for Yokoyama. So those next 4 places are nowhere near sorted out just yet. We may see Wilson Todd clinch this title today, quite possibly if he does this again in Moto number 2. But the minor places have still got plenty of sorting out before we finish this series out.
Absolutely, Danny. Now, let me just correct myself there. It was just a little timing mishap there on the screen. It's come back to what it was before. So we just lost 1 extra second. We've gone from 5.1 to 6.3. So no major mishaps for Reece Budd. And what a race he is putting together. Clips the inside of that hay bale there. Sends a little bit of hay flying around the place. But we're back on our race leader, Wilson Todd. He's looking fantastic. He's got the colour scheme of the graphics of Jeremy McGrath from back in the 90s and looking incredibly good out there.
I'd love to see Todd on 450. He's such a tall rider, isn't he, on this 250 bike? It'd be great to see how he performs on a 450 as he jumps up and over the finish line right there. clicking down another lap. 3 minutes 20 to go in this moto. They've already knocked down 12 laps, Lee. It's no longer, but there's a lot of laps for these riders to contend with, especially with all these ruts that they've got going on at the moment.
But really has been the year of Wilson Todd so far, hasn't it? And we spoke about it quite a bit at the start of the season in the first few rounds that, yeah, he was winning everything, but we just weren't seeing the kind of speed and style and finesse that we expect to see from Wilson Todd. But it's great to see in recent rounds that this is what we like to see from him. What an awesome slow-mo there of Reese Budd. He's got that pointer finger on the clutch. He's looking up ahead where he's going. Toes tucked in, and you don't want to have those toes exposed and potentially grab a hold of the side of one of these ruts.
Look at the eyes where they're pointing to, very far up the track in front of him. So
brilliant.
Great shots to see here on the toes there on the pegs, as you mentioned. So great form as we see him. I think that might have been the jump going back onto the start straight. But back with our race leader, Wilson Todd, you're right, he's done nothing wrong this season. It was probably Mackay, I think, when we said, yeah, this thing's turning around right now. It's really looking like, sorry, not turning around, I mean, he was already winning, but the form that we expected, we started to see it there at Mackay, and it's just shone brightly ever since.
Yeah, and to be able to watch him, to be able to control a race, and when he needs to, drop the hammer and show us the kind of pace that we would expect from a former MX2 national champion and someone that's just come back from such a successful European overseas stint doing MXGP. So we're really starting to see that now. He's starting to shine and show us just how well he can ride. We need to give a little bit of credit to how well they've got this bike set up. He's a monster. He should be in the 450 class pretty soon, I reckon, not too far off. And yet his whole shot, the biggest proportion of the races here in the MX2 class. So they have this Honda 250 absolutely flying.
Great battle still raging here between third and fourth place. Nathan Crawford, Haruki Yokoyama. Yokoyama still the one holding down the important third place at the moment as they go past their mechanics once again. And it is still very tight. It's only one mistake away from that position being sorted out before this moto closes out with 1 minute to go. Will we see the last lap or the next time around? And can Crawford get up there just that small amount, close enough to put that pressure on and maybe force a mistake?
Little bit of a bobble there coming out of Pirelli corner from Nathan Crawford. It's an interesting look when someone doesn't have the peak on, and as a rider, it feels kind of weird as well. It's almost like when you snap off your front fender. You're not used to seeing that front tyre, so it looks a little bit weird for us looking at him on the bike. You can only imagine how it feels for him to not have a peak on there at all. He also, in these very treacherous conditions with mud flying everywhere, doesn't have the ability, if he's sitting right behind someone, to be able to duck his head down and cover him and protect himself from copping that roost to the goggles.
Well, it's something I just noticed, and with the goggles, the last two jumps that he went across, no one in front of him, tried to pull the string, it didn't look like it moved. Again, in that corner, maybe he's having a little bit of problems with those goggles at the moment. We only speculate, of course, but for 3 points on the track there, within that time you were speaking, he was trying to get some clear vision. And you're right, again.
And
once again. So maybe there is a bit of vision issues there, but once you lose that peak, you and I both know it's so vital when you get into the roost position, sitting in behind a rider. It is, it's really difficult when you don't have that sitting there just to protect your eyes.
Well, out of the two separate ways that you have for clearing vision for your goggles, you've got the choice of either tear-offs or roll-offs. Roll-offs, there's any number of 10 different things that can go wrong with them that can malfunction and cause you to either not be able to see properly or, even worse, have to throw your goggles off and just try to man up and see how you can deal with the rest of the race, and then you do not want to be sitting right behind someone.
Well, compared to what we see with Wilson Todd right there, he has a massive stack right to the edge of the track right there. He has a massive stack of tear-offs still sitting on top of his goggles right now. Plenty of opportunities to pull him off if you needed to, but with the position he's in, the only person that are roosting him at the moment are the laps riders. Quickly makes his way around these guys and still maintains that clear vision. Not too much mud either on the front of him as we see him on his way around on this very final lap of Moto number 1 of the MX2.
And of course, less and less clubs allowing the use of tear-offs, Danny Ham, and a lot of the time you're only allowed to use the roll-offs because every time you pull a tear-off, it goes off into the track. they try to pick them up, and I know it has a lot to do with some places they get animals, cows, etc. on. They don't want them eating these tear-offs. So it is a bit of an environmental thing. However, this particular club, the Coffs Harbour Motorcycle Club, are allowing tear-offs, and then we see Wilson Todd, of course, choosing the tear-offs. I would be a tear-off fan these days. I've got to say, with the laminated tear-offs and how many you can put on, it doesn't look like you're looking through the bottom of a Coke bottle anymore.
Well, our leader makes his way to the final turn. He has done everything right to move himself closer to clenching that title, and will come around in the Pirelli MX2 class, take Moto #1 victory, as he looks back to make sure he saw that ride. Reece Budd across there in second place.
What a fantastic ride for Reece Budd in second. Very, very impressed. Started with a solid hole shot and holding on for a strong second. There we see, that looked like Nathan Crawford came through in third, but I think Haruki Yokoyama must have already made his way through. So what a great top three there for Yokoyama.
Yeah, just there in front of him.
And also very impressive for Nathan Crawford, first race back.
Yeah, great way to remount your challenge into the upcoming championships. A tough race to come back and do it at as well.
And there we just saw Jesse Dobson not far ahead of Noah Ferguson crossing the finish line. So someone who will certainly go back and reevaluate, try to figure out what potentially went wrong in that race and what he can do to try to step up and do a little bit better come Moto 2.
Well, Ferguson is a rider that we didn't see much of this one, and I did glance down the list earlier on in the Moto, and I had him at 12th place. So there was issues within, and that wasn't the first lap, so there was issues within the first laps. He was buried deep in the pack, and to get through to 6th place, that's quite a stellar ride for him. We see our top three moving their way to the podium. They'll have a chat with Kate Peck very soon.
Have a look at how clean these guys look. Wilson Todd, particularly Reece Budd on the ride there. It looks like he doesn't even have a speck of dirt on him. Let's take a quick look at the Pirelli results. MX2 Moto 1, Wilson Todd with the win. Reece Budd second place, Haruki Yokoyama in third.
Ferguson, as we mentioned, all the way up to 6th. Hugh McKay with a great ride there in 7th place. Joe Constantino, Caleb Barron moved himself back to 9th after such a brilliant start. And Bunny Malkowitz, after that crash, back there in 10th place.
Isaac Ferguson in 11th, Levi Rogers, Charlie Cannon in 13. Take a bow, young lady. What a fantastic job for the Yamaha rider.
Cosford, Ravenhorse, Goulet, and the rest of the riders rounding out those 20 places. And what a Moto #1 it was for these guys, as we take a look now at the Honda highlights of it and watch for the crashes immediately off the start. One about 20 metres as we got off, and then another almost into that first turn. Just some riders getting collected together to see such a cool slow motion. And we'll move into that that normal speed stuff. We'll have a look on the left of the screen.
That right there, literally happened about 5 metres straight out of the gate.
And then, of course, into that one. But with an early lead, as he had a clean start to this race. And through that first turn on, more riders with more issues, stuff we didn't see early on in this one as they tried to figure out those lines early on.
It really is a battle of survival in these first couple of laps here, trying to keep out of trouble. Bernie Novak there, first race back in a little while after an injury. Good to see him back, but not the way he would have wanted to start. Have a look at the style there, Nathan Crawford. Welcome back to ProMX, son.
That was a great ride, wasn't it, by Crawford? Really solid. Early pass here. Got himself up there into 3rd place, but an unfortunate little mishap that would happen soon. But this was a brilliant pass, wasn't it? Tight around the outside.
Yes, and I also think well played by Reece Budd to know when to shut it down and to not panic too much. Could have easily been a wash out of the front and a little crash.
There was Crawford's moment, had him a little further back as the two Serco boys battled it out there for around about 4th place at the time, or 5th place. But Haruki Yokoyama was going nowhere in this one as well.
Yeah, both the Serco Yamaha boys much stronger at the start of the race. Wheels fell off a little bit for one reason or another for the last half, but I tell you what, someone whose wheels did not fall off was Haruki Yokoyama. That was a beautiful pass around the outside.
Well, there was the two riders that came together as Crawford came through and put a lap down, but it was all this guy, Wilson Todd, that comes away with the victory in this race and looked brilliant doing it the whole time. Let's head down to Kate Peck, who has our winners.
In P3, Haruki Yokoyama on the Empire Kawasaki. Wow, that was great to watch those chases and that battle right to the end for P3.
Yeah, I had a great start, but first couple laps was terrible and dropped back to like 7th or something in the middle, getting pace back up, and yeah, a lot of people crashed that motor, but getting 30 is a big step. Another one, better than last one for sure. Yeah, it was good.
Well done, Haruki.
Thank you.
And in P2, Reese Budd on the Yamalube Yamaha whole shot. Wow, what a turnaround from round 5, Maitland.
Yeah, it's crazy what a good start can do, and stay up in the second turn. So I felt really good to lead, but I think 3 laps there. So haven't done that for a very long time. So it was very fresh, and it was I felt comfortable up front. So I was just riding my laps, just clicking them off, and just tried to keep it on 2 wheels. The track's super technical today. So yeah, thanks to the Yamalube guys, I got my bike working really good. She hooked up off the start, and yeah, it's really nice what a good start can do, and it was good to run up front.
Well done, Reese.
Thank you.
And in P1 from HRC, Wilson Todd, another win for you from pole position. I hear that you love this kind of track, and it showed.
Yeah, I do like the ruddy stuff. Spun up a bit off the start, passed a few boys, and I was able to get in the lead. I was pretty comfortable at the start, but towards the end, I was starting to get a little bit of arm pump. You know, it's quite choppy out there, but keen to regroup and get ready for the next one. So I just thought to thank Terra Firma Honda and everyone that helps out, all the sponsors associated.
And how's that championship playing on your mind?
Oh, no, not too much. I need to win all the races. So just thought that's the main goal, is just to try and go each race and try and be up front.
Full focus. Thanks, Wilson. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, what a spectacular way to start his day here at Coffs Harbour. Moto 1 of the MX2, Wilson Todd. Fantastic job. Coming up next, we've got pole shootout. Don't go anywhere.
New CRF 250R. Lighter, faster, stronger. Ready to help you find your edge.
Welcome back to the Penrite Oils ProMX Championships, brought to you by AMX Superstores. And have a look at these guys down here. Looking spectacular at the moment, and shining nice and bright is that red number plate of Aaron Tanti on the CDR Monster Energy Yamaha. We see Dean Ferris, all the big guns. This is our pole shootout. We're about to see who's going to qualify fastest in the Premier class.
Will be interesting to see who launches out first. I think I've got an idea. That 102 machine was very fast in practice earlier on, and I'm sure that he will keep true to form
and jump straight out and try and knock himself out a quick one early on in this one. But I feel it's all about learning these ruts in this particular session, trying to get some consistent quick lap times. And we've seen already with the importance of that start, making sure you're in a good position. So it is important to get that quick time early.
Yeah, very fast qualifying time for Matt Moss coming out on top. Aaron Tanti in second place. So track totally different now compared to when they went out for time qualifying. It's dried out so much. It's really come into its own, and almost to the point of where you can't get much better than what it is at the moment. This is a very, very technical national level racetrack.
Very grippy at the moment. How's the 45 machine back there? Hayden Melross also looked very good in there. Dean Ferris up the right-hand side of screen on the 111 machine. There is Metcalf on the 24 on the complete left. So there is plenty of fast names going out in this section. Kirk Gibbs, as we mentioned earlier on, back on the bike after a bit of a nasty one at Maitland. He looks so fast there. And unfortunate for him, just a little thumb injury that turned out to be a little bit more than we thought early on. He's riding with this brace on his hand that actually is a bit of a carbon fibre thing that sits over his thumb. Really interesting to see. I said, how did he hold it on? Oh, you just tape it on there. So, yeah, well, there you go. Just tape it on.
I don't know about you, Danny, but me as a rider, I'm so particular, even with my gloves. I can't run gloves that have got a little bit of padding in the fingers or whatever. I almost feel like it needs to be like a second skin. So to be able to run that kind of a brace, I dare say after talking to Gibbsy about it, it's designed so that he can't possibly hyperextend that particular part of his thumb, which is great. But still, you need to be able to ride a 450 machine around a track like this. I don't know how he does it, but hats off to him. To be able to do it after such recent surgery.
Well, there is Wood, Evans also that have made themselves into the top 10 to get a shot at this shootout, the AMX Superstore MX1 pole shootout. Again, we can't stress how important it is to make sure you get a quick lap time. Top Waters there, 47 going through. There is Melross, and it is Tanti.
I like what I saw there. So Matt Moss lined himself up at the start, and we know how he likes to take off absolutely first, as fast as he can when he first gets out and gets amongst it. Now that's just showing me the confidence that Tanti has to be able to head out and do that, and to want to, I guess, beat Matt Moss at his own game, to try to get out first in time qualifying. I think, however, we may find the kind of lap time speed from Tanti that we've been seeing in the last sort of week or two. He's just bumped it up another notch, but Matt Moss is just so fast in qualifying, isn't he? This is a battle we're going to have to watch and see.
These are very tricky conditions, and will certainly suit Matt Moss, as we see just trying to find a new line right there. Had that front wheel tuck a little bit going over the top of that roller jump. He has Todd Waters right behind him. And all big over jump also right there, as the track has changed a little bit on that jump. They did do some work on it, as the jump had some nasty ruts and big kickers on it early on when these guys are out, that was flattened out and cleaned up. So these guys really need to learn this track. To see Todd Waters right now. Okay, time to figure out where to go.
Yeah, and I also think coming to the end of this first lap, giving a little bit of space as well, so that he can, if he chooses to, he needs to either get past Matt, or he needs to give him a little bit of space so that he's got a clear run when it does come time to drop that first lap.
Well, I think that was his intention, and then Matt slowed down also. So here we go, we can see it right now.
Yes.
He's figured out the lines he wants to use. He is about to set out on a quick lap right now. So here, the Tanti machine last past the camera right there.
Yes, I would like to definitely have a little bit of an eye on Tanti and see what he's doing. I feel he has come out to play in these early stages of pole shootout, and there we have him on here at the moment. I think if you watch his lines,
a little bit loose there, the foot coming off as he launched over the top of that run, again into that one. Here's to just back it down a fraction, try and work out these lines. This lap is ruined, so let's try and work it out, iron it out before we make another charge at it again. But at this pace, if you take a quick look back, you'll see that Moss and that are on a flyer, and will probably come up there and possibly pass him.
Yeah, I think he won't want that to happen. I think he's going to want to keep himself in the clear at the moment so that he can try to drop down another heater. And that's why I think he potentially keeps looking over his shoulder to see how everyone's positioned.
Well, you can hear the bikes launching.
Oh, there we go.
He is, Mossy. So Mossy is on a flyer at the moment. And I think also that Tanti might try and take this opportunity just to see where he is running as well, just in front of him. No, he's clearly trying to figure out his own lines and work his own little battle right now. So Moss on a flyer as he moves himself towards this final couple of jumps before they get back onto the start line. He told me leading into this one that he loved these conditions. He's done a lot of laps around this track, so he should have some kind of idea. Whether it ever looked like this is another story, but he's done a lot of laps. Oh, very loose through there on the throttle hard, and he works his way towards this finish line right now. Will it be the quickest time that we see? Should be early on in this one, as he moves himself up in the lead. 142.468, but that was only just quicker than Tanti's first lap that he went out on. So
yes, and then also we see Kurt Gibbs just came through beautiful with the 141. I also think, as we saw Matt Moss cross over the finish line, he has a quick look at his mechanic, who must have his eye on that timing. Gives a little bit of a point, he'll get an indication and give a thumbs up. He thought at that stage that he was at the top of the leaderboard, and then Kurt Gibbs very quickly leapfrogs him. So we'll watch and see how the rest of these key players tackle these early stages. I still personally think the track's coming into its own.
Metcalf comes around to complete his first flying lap as well. Notice how far back he sits when he does these. Just waits right back, wants to do his own thing, and just continue knocking those laps over. Right now sits there in 6th place. He still works on a quick time. Moss now inspecting the track, trying to find those new lines.
And that's half the battle on a track like this, and being made of dirt. Of course, motocross, our track's made of dirt as opposed to road racing. Our tracks change every single lap, and what might start off as a good line at the start of a race or at the start of a practice session quite often can rapidly change and turn into not a great line. And the top riders, they're the ones that pick up on these changes exceptionally quick. And quite often, I know I've found out in years past when I've been racing, you'll get passed by someone on a line that you did not even realise was there. And you're like, oh, okay, I was a bit slow on the uptake on that one.
Dylan Wood on screen, the 62 machine. Great to see him up there in another top 10 shootout. Privateer from Newcastle riding the KTM. He's just coming up behind. It looks like possibly, Gibbsy right there. Gets past him as he works his lap time as well. Great to see these privateers really pushing up there, getting some solid results too at some of these rounds.
Let's not forget how fast Kurt Gibbs was in qualifying in the early stages of the race at Maitland before he hurt his thumb, right? He was on fire. I wasn't quite sure if we were going to see that same kind of speed from him with nursing the recovery of this thumb at the moment. Have a look at that, he looks so comfortable.
Yeah, he's... look, you and I both know that'd be difficult riding with the thumb the way it is. He's obviously done some laps. Oh, big slide out there. Coming up the face of that tabletop. That's certainly not the line he was anticipating. But he has done some laps prior to this. He did tell me, yeah, look, it hurts, but it is manageable right now. And we can see that on screen. He's got some good speed. He does look comfortable in these conditions, flying through these corners. He could be the silent assassin today. I really didn't expect to see this kind of form.
He looks great in those corners. His rut speed looks fantastic. That's the second corner in a row that I've looked and he just looks so comfortable. Once again, that bike is handling exceptionally well because that left-handed corner that he went through has got a few choppy bumps in it and that bike just drove across the top. So things are looking very, very nice for Kurt Gibbs at the moment.
Up over that tabletop, just watching those wheels dance around. It was a big front wheel tuck coming out of that corner, but it did not even faze him as we look him drive into this left-handed run before those last couple of jumps back onto the start straight. Oh, that Haruki Okuyama line around the outside.
And just on the gas so early.
There is Tanti towards the finish line. It should be a quick time. And
there he goes. Wow, to the top of the leaderboard. Only just though. And Todd Waters also puts in a good one and moves himself ahead of Matt Moss. So I think Mossy is only just a moment away from finishing his lap time here as well. He's about to come up and over the finish line.
Gibbs answered the call.
Gibbs answered the call.
Oh,
Matt Moss!
Moss answered it.
141.0. Everyone is laying down some hot laps at the moment.
Wow, very quick times and so close. 0.4 between the top three places. Moss, Gibbs, Tanti. It is going to be an interesting day at the office for these guys, and a tough one at that, trying to negotiate these ruts. There is Gibbs. Gibbs just looks like he continues to try and put these laps down and just learn the track all the time. He's not going out and doing one slow, one fast. And we're on the last lap now, so this is their final chance to try and answer the call on this.
And this is a good sign for Kirk Gibbs. You know yourself, Danny, when someone's putting together lap after lap and trying to go for their fastest time, they feel very comfortable. When you see someone just put one hot lap down and next thing they're blowing out candles and trying to recover from that hit out, that's not a good sign. So you can tell how comfortable Kirk Gibbs is at the moment.
Very hard to sustain that kind of intensity for those guys that are doing that one lap sprint, one lap take it easy. Gibbs, as we said, looks so comfortable at the moment, and you're right, I think this is the kind of form that you need to be finding early on in this day with these ruts and the way the track is right now, and back end sliding all over the place, and you see a few hard packed parts of the track are starting to come into play. And we'll watch this lap complete as we go towards the finish line. Can he get a quicker time than he did last time? We're about to find out.
He's looking, well, I don't know. I don't think so. I may be wrong, but no. Just a little ways off that one. His last sector, he seemed to drop ever so slightly. The number 45 machine of Hayden Melrose finds himself back there 7th fastest. So not quite the pace that he would expect. He's a good 3.5 seconds off the time of our first, second and third place getters, who all find themselves in a 141s, Danny.
Well, the opportunity to do a quick time is certainly past now for these guys on their final lap. They are just cruising around, trying to remember the lines. There are so many out there at the moment, so that when they do come out for Moto number 1, they've got an idea of where they can go and what they can do as we complete our MX1 pole shootout, brought to you by AMX Superstores. The mechanics working their way back towards the pit now to go make some changes if they need to. There is Metcalf on the 24 machine coming around to complete his times as well. He sits there back there in 5th place.
Yeah, with a 142, not too bad whatsoever, but those top 3 place getters, very impressive at the pointy end of the field. Matt Moss a 141.0, Kirk Gibbs a 141.1, just 0.1 of a difference between those. And then back to Aaron Tanti, also very impressive with a 141.4. So, of course, the AMX results. MX1 pole shootout, Matt Moss from Gibbsy, Tanti, Todd Waters and Brett Metcalf rounding out the top 5.
Ferris in there in 6th place. Melrose, Evans, Wood, who got that one on the last lap, back up to 9th, and Whiteman. Now the top 6 places there, 2 seconds between them. I think that's pretty safe to say that all of these guys are still in contention when we do get to Moto number 1.
Yeah, they're in fine form, but it's the comfort. I was really liking watching Kirk Gibbs and how easily he was doing it. Likewise, Aaron Tanti looked like he was sneaking around very fast, but he made a couple of mistakes, didn't he? Likewise with Matt Moss, but they were all super fast. What an effort for this guy here, Matt Moss, fastest in pole shootout thanks to AMX Superstores. And with his home team here, BBR 102 Motorsports, being based out of Coffs Harbour, this would be special for the whole crew.
Great way to start the day for Matt Moss. And when I spoke to him yesterday, he had this cheeky little grin to him. Yep, I love these conditions, he said. And right now we can see just how quick he is on the track. We saw a great performance out of him at the last round as well. So we do expect to see him up there, getting a good solid ride as we enter into Moto number 1.
All right, let's go down to Kate, who is with Matt Moss.
Indeed, I have Matt Moss here for the AMX Pole Shootout Award. Congratulations, that was quite an exciting battle for you there. You've relocated to this being your home track. So much experience here. Well done.
Definitely not my home track. I live in Sydney, so I've probably ridden here 3 times. So there's no home track advantage here. It's just determination. We've been training our butt off, and to be a privateer team, full paying for bikes, paying for everything, to beat all those guys, especially qualifying first, Super Pole. Obviously, we've got a job to do in the next 2 races, but you know, I'm excited. We're definitely gone gains from where we were. I'm just happy for the team, Baden, my mechanic Leroy. Greg James is a local mechanic here. He does all the work behind the scenes, thank you. Send it. these guys have been behind me through the bad when I pretty much sucked and I was going to hang up the boots. But we have been putting our head down, and between Dad, Craig Anderson, who's a bloody legend, who's supported me the whole way, I'm just happy. We're very happy, and we're going into this race, and we're one better than what we were last weekend, or last round. So we went qualified first and then qualified P2. So we've gone 1-1 today, and we'll just try and keep the ball rolling.
Yeah, congratulations. Good luck in the motos.
Thank you.
Well, great job there to Matt Moss. Fantastic effort in winning the pole shootout. Thanks to AMX Superstores. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, plenty more racing to come.
Whatever your passion, ignite it with Autolite. AMX and Penrite have joined forces to give away the ultimate moto workshop valued at $5,000. You can set yourself up with the best from Penrite, Metpro, RHK, Motion Pro and much more. To enter, simply purchase any Penrite product at AMX Superstores, scan the code and you're in the draw to win. It's that easy. What are you waiting for? Rush in now to AMX for your chance to win. AMX Superstores, your one-stop shop for all motorcycle accessories, proudly supporting the 2022 ProMX Series.
Penrite, a 100% Aussie company, pride themselves on their commitment to all forms of motorsport in Australia, from the very grassroots to competing and succeeding at the highest level. It's always been a big part of their DNA. And this real-world testbed for their products ensures the lubricants and fluids you buy for your vehicle have benefited from the development of being punished in a way that only competition can. Penrite, it competes, you win.
Welcome back to the Penrite Oils ProMX, brought to you by AMX Superstores. Great way to start the day so far, but tyres are a massive part of today's success, and Lee Hogan got down in the pits to check it out.
Let's talk tyres, and more in particular, let's talk about Michelin tyres and the choices that Brett Metcalf will have this weekend at Retro Round for Coffs Harbour. If we take a little bit of a look here, already fitted up to the motorcycle in the middle, we've got the Michelin Starcross 5 Soft. Now, the beauty of this tyre is, as we can see, the middle knobs have still got a bit of depth to it, so it's good for pushing through the sand, pushing through the mud, but we've also got some straight line knobs here, and these side ones that prevent it and give us a little bit of extra traction in the corners when it tries to step out to the side. As we look completely next to that tyre, we've got what's traditionally known as a paddle tyre or a scoop tyre. And yes, visually, they look totally different. You can almost see just how much sand or mud this tyre is going to move in a straight line. These are basically designed to only work well when you're on the gas and it's throwing a lot of dirt out the back of the bike. If we have a look closer here, we can see that there is no knobs through this middle section, so very, very treacherous when it comes time to tip it into a corner, and very easy to step out to the side. So right there is your two strong points for these tyres. What do? Do we decide to take a gamble, put the paddle tyre on and try to go for that hole shot? and we sacrifice potentially a little bit of lap time speed, or do we go for a tyre that's going to be a little bit more well-rounded for the whole track, but might not get you to jump out of the gate quite as good as what the paddle tyre will? Just another quick point to mention here with the Starcross 5 Soft, when it comes to tyre pressures with the Michelins, because the rubber's so soft and it's got a nice soft carcass as well, with these particular tyres, you need to run a little bit more air pressure than what we do with some of the competitors, and right up around 16, 17 PSI is what Brett Metcalf chooses to run on this particular tyre. What will he choose to run tomorrow? The weather is going to play a little bit of a factor in that, so we're going to have to wait to see.
Campbell Williams of HRC racing in MX3. Now tell us about this rude haircut of yours.
Yeah, I got it cut this week. Thought I'd mix it up for the retro round this weekend and got a bit of a mullet going. It's nothing big, but something.
Go on, give us a look. Excellent. Now, you're coming back from some injury, shoulder and ankle injury. How are you feeling? How has the recovery been?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. Been working with my physio and been doing heaps of strength and stuff in this last 4 weeks again to make it even better than what it was last round, which is good. And I've been able to start running in the last couple of weeks, which has been a positive for me to get my ankle moving again, which is really good.
Yeah. So no pain, you're feeling strong?
Yeah, I'm pretty strong for this round and keen to get at it.
Yeah, we've got a few points to make up behind Caden Minier sitting P3 in the championship. Can you get it done?
Yeah, I feel like this will be one of my strong rounds. I'm quite good in the mud and I feel like, yeah, it should be a really good round to hopefully get some more points on the board and come back for that championship.
Good stuff. All right, good luck out there.
Thank you.
Well, great to catch up there with Campbell Williams as we have a look at the Maxxis tyres lineup for the MX3 Moto 1. Ryan Alexanderson, Campbell Williams, Connor Towell, Jack Mather, Ty Keane. That was the order they qualified in. We're about to see the drop of the gate here. Who is going to get that all-important hole shot? And hopefully we can avoid any cartwheels down this straight. Looks to be perhaps one of the Husqvarnas. Oh, a major get-off going into that first high-speed turn. Is that Jack Mather at the head of the pack?
Number 60, possibly it was going into that one. Oh, that was a big crash on the outside. Could see that they're up and running, but you're right, it was Husqvarna. They did get out to a great start, but already a battle of change for the lead. Oh, that is the 60 machine of Flynn going around the outside. I saw Connor Towell back there in third. Our timing says 66 is in fourth place. That there, of course, is Caden Minier. As we see our top runners all up the front of this one.
Yeah, we're just trying to pick up where Campbell Williams is, and he's all the way down in 12th place. So someone who's been getting himself some exceptionally good starts. Connor Towell going for an interesting line up the inside there. Is he going to drop the hammer? No. I thought he was going to go for it. That could have been quite risky. The Matrix hole shot going to Brock Flynn it was, number 60. Very hard to pick up those two riders, Jack Mather and Brock Flynn.
They always seem to find themselves on the track, don't they? Right beside each other. As we see Towell on the 22 machine trying to do something early on in this one. I'm sure he is completely aware that he has Minier right there behind him as they work their way through these ruts. Certainly difficult times for all of these riders. As we see around the outside, Towell looking for a fast launch through here. Good run around that corner, almost off the edge of the track. And the two riders almost coming together, very close there. But he manages to hold on. That there is Mather in second place on the 43 machine. These guys seem to always get good starts too, Mather and Flynn.
They've been very consistently up near the head of the pack. Likewise with Connor Towell, who's had probably close to the most amount of hole shots. Also, we must mention Campbell Williams had a lot of hole shots also.
Well, Williams just went through our screen there, and he is on our timing back in 13.
There is a pass made. There we see up the inside for Connor Towell. Shifts himself up into second place, and he is on fire at the moment. Number 43, Jack Mather, continues to lead. Brock Flynn.
Sorry, Minier, just in that shot, Minier has disappeared.
Right.
So we see Byron Dennis is also now up there. They're in fourth place. Minier back there behind him. So just a small moment somewhere. But Minier did lose one position. I was thinking that maybe we had a tip over somewhere.
The rest of the riders come through. A lot of people coming up short there on that finish line tabletop. Let's take a quick look at the Honda replay here. This exceptionally slow-mo.
Fitzpatrick with a nice jump early out of there. big wheel stand for the 42 of Alsop coming off the start line as well. As we see the rest of the riders, that mud still flying. Another look at it. Watch to the outside also as we get into this one. The Yamaha, I think it is. Big moment.
Oh, cartwheeled end for end, and also the bike flipped about 2 times, and the rider at the end got flipped over also. That was a vicious crash.
Oh, there's the problem with Williams. He actually touched the gate, pulled his bike back on the start line.
And then no vision. He's trying to clear his vision halfway down the straight there, and we just saw off the right-hand side that huge cartwheel crash as he tries to get up and straighten himself out before grabbing that motorcycle.
To actually be up again, that is quite an effort. As we see Tao around the outside of Mather. And that looks like our top 2 places at the moment. Connor Tao around the outside. This is for the lead. He moves himself up into first place.
That was an amazing line we saw around the outside. You called it before, the Haruki Yokoyama line. Connor Tao used it to his best advantage right there. Now he needs to try to run and hide while everyone else tries to sort themselves out.
Well, already these 2 riders have opened up a small lead over our 3rd place in Flynn. But Mather not giving it up just yet. Oh, the moment there for Connor Tower. We've seen it quite a few times by other riders as well, sliding up the up ramp. And here is that pass again around the outside, tips it into this beautifully formed rut, and just keeps that momentum going around the outside, moves himself up into the lead.
Yeah, great pass, but great commitment there. You know, it was a little bit of a risk, but it was executed to perfection. He's already starting to give himself a little bit of a gap now over 2nd place, Jack Mather. Now, important to mention, Jack Mather also is 2nd place in the championship chase. So that is a rider that Caden Minier needs to keep tabs on. Minier has got all kinds of company behind him from a fellow KTM rider, Ryan Alexanderson.
Nice line there too by Minier up the tabletop face. He actually went outside all of the rest. Oh, how was the commitment there by Alexanderson around the outside?
That was
Those handlebars were only millimetres off the ground going through there. What a pass around the outside. He moves himself up one more now, sits in 5th place as he works himself toward Byron Dennis, the 23 machine there. Oh, big moment though as he came off that jump, back end stepping on a big in-swinger. But he has some pace at the moment.
Also just trying to keep tabs on Campbell Williams, the Honda HRC team rider, is back in 11th place. He's only made himself 1 position forwards from 12th where he started, so he really does need to make some gains if he wants to try to get up towards that pointy end of the field, especially when we have the calibre of Connor Tao. There he is, we can see him.
Yeah, sorry, around the outside. Oh, no, it's not. That's Keane.
In screen as well, 2 positions behind Ty Keane, we find Campbell Williams. So Ty Keane there, number 38, he deserves a mention as well with the fact that he's just come off his first win at the last round.
Yeah, so he's back there in 12th place. Williams actually going across our last timing loop is back there in 14th.
Wow. So obviously another little bit of a mishap there that we're seeing just a little bit too much of at the moment.
They make their way across the finish line. Fitzpatrick now moving back one as Williams makes that pass. And for the championship battle, mate, this is a long way back. He needs to make some passes early in this one, while the riders are still all bunched together. But our leaders have checked out. This is a battle for 3rd place at the moment.
Yeah, well, Danny, this is the type of track that you're either comfortable or you're not. And if you are comfortable, it separates you so much from the rest of the field and up near the head of the pack. This is a great little battle that we're seeing here from Jack Mather. But Byron Dennis, what a ride from the young juniors, been selected to represent Australia and Finland for the World Junior Championships. And we say it every round, but we'll remind our viewers once again, those yellow numbers that we see on the number boards, on the backgrounds of these bikes here, if they have yellow numbers, they're a junior. If they have white numbers like we see here with Ryan Alexanderson, they're a senior. So this new MX3 format that puts our best juniors up against our 16 and 17-year-old seniors is such a good class.
Taking a glance over at our lap times, and Connor Towell has lit the fire at the moment, and he is absolutely blasting away from everyone. 146.32 was his fastest lap time the last time, 146.4. So It wasn't a one-lap fluke. He certainly got the pace going at the moment. He stressed that lead out to 5.5 seconds over Mapper. Alexanderson will be the next rider that can potentially get up there and battle it out. And you're right, there is certain riders that do look comfortable, and we've seen it with this rider right here with some of his turns away. He is tipped in. He can now see that second place there right in front of him. So we could see that battle start to develop over the next couple of laps. You can see Byron Dennis also, as you mentioned, the junior rider having a sensational ride. There is Minia. He is battling it out with, I will believe, Owens possibly in the 204.
Owens is coming under siege once again. Now, this is a ride from Caden Minia where he needs to do what he does sometimes and finish strong. We know sometimes he can find himself out of rhythm, out of sorts a little bit, but he always seems to find something near the end of the races and bounce back.
Owens looking good at the moment as they dive into this left-hander. Let's head down, though, to Kate for a quick update.
Yes, I've got Dan Mather here, Jack's dad. How hungry is he for his first win? How can he catch Connor Towell?
Yeah, look, he's really hungry. I know he's had some third places, some seconds, and that sort of thing. He really wants to get that breakthrough. He's been working hard a lot on his final parts of his moto that he's sort of, come up short in the last few rounds, but he's really keen. He's working really hard, and look, I really believe in him, so you never know.
Thanks, Dan.
No worries, thank you.
Yeah, great to hear from Jack Mather's father there, and obviously backing his son in all the way. On screen at the moment, Caden Minia, a championship points leader. He's currently got a 23-point lead over Jack Mather as we sit at the moment with 3 rounds to go. It seems like a very substantial points lead. However, that can be eaten away at any stage.
Well, taking another glance at those times again, and the fastest lap of the race last time around was done by Ryan Alexanderson in 3rd place. So that is really closed up that 2nd and 3rd position at the moment. Only 0.5 separating them as they make their way across the finish that last time. Big moment there.
Caden Minia. Yes.
Towel, though. Doesn't he look good at the moment?
He looks great. It's all starting to come together for him. He's got good line selection here. He dropped the hammer at the start of the race. He got a good start. It wasn't a whole shot. He had to work for it. And I think sometimes for a rider like Connor Towell, who is trying to string together their first overall victory here in this MX3 class, sometimes if you get a whole shot, you can feel like, oh, how's everyone going behind me? You start to take your awareness or your focus away from what you're supposed to be doing. When you have to come from 2nd or 3rd or 4th, and you get to see, you get to feel and witness how fast you're going, it can give you a little bit more confidence. And I think that's what we're seeing from him at the moment. He looks like he's on rails.
Looking very good on the bike into this right-hander. A nice clean race this time around. We should see him with a victory, but here is a battle for the, quite a way back. It is Keane. There, back there in 10th place, sliding out. He sits in behind Olander. Oh, sorry, that looks like it could be for 7th place. Looking at the positions on the side there, Keane on the 38 machine, trying his hardest to get around the outside. A really good battle developing right here in front of our eyes at the moment.
In some of the recent rounds, we've seen Ty Keane in the latter part of the races. What a coming together with the two boys, and Ty Keane manages to stay on, but not the case for our number 275, Travis Olander, as he has slotted back a few, but he went flying.
Well, take a look at the Honda replay right here. The two lines come together as the Honda goes around the outside, and it switches back in here. Absolutely nowhere to go.
That's just a racing incident. There was no malice intended there from either rider. That was just two lines coming together, an absolute commitment. Two riders going for position. It's going to happen sometimes. Unfortunately for Olander, puts him on the ground. He's going to have to try to redo all of that good work that he's done. We get back to this battle between Caden Minia and Liam Owens, who continue to fight for that all-important top 5 spot. Caden Minia needs as many points as he can possibly get.
Down to the back part of the track. This looked very ruddy earlier on. Owen still working his way around the outside, but we're going to head back down to Kate, who has Minia's father.
Yes, Caden Minia's father, mechanic Dylan. Dylan, qualifying wasn't quite where you wanted it to be. What happened there, and how do you think his performance is going out there now, considering, you know, he's got the championship on his mind?
Yeah, qualifying wasn't where he wanted to be. In practice, he was pretty good, and when the green flag went, just rode a bit tight and probably just tried a little bit too hard, and that's his inexperience, I suppose. Sitting in 5th at the moment, hopefully we can get another 1 or 2 positions to be real good and a real good result from where we qualified.
Well, he knows how to fight, so...
Yeah, hopefully that's what we want to see.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan.
Thank you.
Great guy, Dylan Minier. The family, of course, Western Australian base, so it goes without saying for those of you that follow the sport of motocross and know anything about WA would realise that it is full of sand everywhere. They call them sand gropers. Some of the best motocross riders we have seen in history have come from WA, and of course the likes of Dale Britton, Jason Marshall, but the biggest of the big, Jeff Leeskin. He was here at the Legends last night. So Western Australians without a doubt know how to ride that soft sand, and if you're a good WA rider, you know how to ride the hard pack as well, and that is the transition that Caden Minier is trying to do at the moment. He's trying to get his hard pack riding up to the level that he is in the sand, because I tell you what, you see this kid in the sand, he is unbelievable.
Dennis on screen in 4th place. He is around about 5.1 seconds back. As just looking at the side there, the leaderboard, it is down to 0.9 between Tal and Alexanderson.
Wow.
So we are trying to find them on track at the moment. But just looking at the lap times, Alexanderson absolutely flying. There is Tal on the screen right now, and Alexanderson's made the pass. So the pass is being made in that lap somewhere. We saw lightning speed of 150 for Tal. So do we think there might have been a small mistake somewhere?
Well, no, 147 from Ryan Alexanderson. But if you look back to Mather was a 149, Byron Dennis a 149, Caden Minier a 151. So perhaps he may have made a small mistake, but I don't think we've seen something major. I just think we are seeing some amazing lap time pace from Ryan Alexanderson, who is on fire at the moment.
Now this will be the real test for Connor Tao. Can he respond, pick up on the lines that Alexanderson may have working for him at the moment as they work into some lap traffic and up over the finish line again? But it was clear to see with Alexanderson's speed the last time around. Again, a 146.4 for Alexanderson. He is knocking down these lap times every single lap. So that's where the difference is.
Let's not forget at the early stages of the race when Ryan Alexanderson made a pass, went around the outside of Caden Minier, I believe it was, and you were commenting it was almost like he was bar dragging through a rut during a race. Now when someone does that, you know they're comfortable. So we'll watch him as he continues. Let's just quickly point out that the duration for the Maxxis Tyres MX3 class, Moto 1 here, 20 minutes plus a lap. So 5 minutes less time on the track than what we see with the MX2 and the MX1 class. So it does give these riders a little bit less time to be able to, is that Jet Alsop? I think it is. Oh, such a good kid, such a great family, and that's devastating news. Hope he's okay. Can only hope that's a bike problem and not a big crash where he potentially may have hurt himself.
Well, there is Mather on screen. He still sits there in 3rd place. Quick look over his shoulder, looking at the times, 148 the last time around. Now, we saw these kind of lap times out of Connor Tao early on. The 146.3 was actually the fastest on track for quite some time. So there's no doubt he can do that kind of pace. Whether it's just a fitness thing, not quite up to the intensity for the entire moto. Either way, it's still a good solid ride out of him. But the speed that Anderson, as we said, has and still is continuing on with is just another step up from there. Mather back there in 3rd. This is still a good solid ride for Moto number 1 and good positioning going into Moto number 2 for the overall for the day as well.
3 minutes plus a lap to go.
Oh, no.
That is not what we want to see from Jack Mather, our number 43 rider, and he's struggling to pick up the Husqvarna machine. How far back will that pop him? He was making valuable points on Caden Minier. It's taken him a little bit to get going. Now we'll have to wait and see. Caden Minier right behind him.
It looks like he missed the brakes. He came into a little bit hot, but then, yeah, just misjudged, I think, going into it.
I think there was a combination of, first of all, missing the brakes ever so slightly, and then, yeah, of course, he complete high side there. So Caden Minier would have red mist in the goggles here. He's just been gifted this battle here with his championship contender, Jack Mather.
This here is for 3rd place at the moment. We saw Minia back there at maybe 6th, 7th, still thinking, oh, it could be a bit of a tough day for him, but all of a sudden, once again, he continues to charge forwards, and he is making up these positions and putting himself in the right position to make up some very valuable points in this championship battle. And right now, back there in 5th place. Again, a good solid start to the day, probably not as comfortable as normal on this kind of track, but still managing to make up those points that he needs to get for this championship. Oh, Mather, another mistake.
And quite possibly here, knowing the warrior that Caden Minia is and how he tackles a race situation, this could be the best thing that could possibly happen for him, to drop Jack Mather just in front of him, get the horns growing out of the helmet, and quite possibly pull him ahead of the battle that he's in with Liam Owens a little bit, because everyone knows how much Caden Minia likes to battle, and he will set his sights firmly on his championship contender, which we're seeing right here at the moment.
Well, this is where the lines came together. Nice move there by Minia. What I like out of Minia too is that in some of these turns, some of the little more difficult turns, you just see how slow he's going, taking his time and not letting those mistakes come to him.
Finding his rhythm a little bit. I guess he must have been searching a little bit in the early stage of the race, trying to find some good lines. And as we mentioned before, he's pulled himself away from Liam Owens here. He's put himself firmly in a battle with Jack Mather. So let's watch these guys. I'm glad we're getting to witness this battle here. It's a nice plant of the foot there from Caden Minia, and a foot dab almost ripping him off the back of that KTM machine.
1 minute and 3 seconds left on the clock for this moto, so they will receive the last lap board the next time around. So Minia will need to make things happen very quickly if he wants to make one more position up and collect a few more bonus points in this for the championship. Deep into some lapped riders at the moment, going to be very important to try and find the best line as he goes again to the outside. And that
looks like he's trying to set something up here, and after such a huge mistake, he's put himself right there in the mix. He's trying to set up a pass here, and he'll find himself on the inside, but lines come together. Nice covering there from Jack Mather. He sensed the presence of Caden Minia on the inside.
Both of these riders nice through there. Minia's been to the very inside the last couple of laps, so a change of lines here. Nice. No rust. Beautiful, clean track. Where do you think the pass could be made if it's going to happen?
Yeah, look, they're approaching a part of the track that I think is in the favour of Caden Minia. He seems to have found a couple of good lines here as he sneaks around the outside. And I think he's just that much of a good racer where he'll try to find something different. He tends to not take too many risks. As I say that, finds himself on the inside here. We're getting very close to the finish line area. Lapped riders, of course, as they come down the main straight here, can play a bit of a factor here, Danny Ham.
Yeah, where will they go into this one? Remember, this is where we saw another tip over a few laps ago. Collects the inside rut, keeps it nice and tight, covers those lines. And Minia is doing what he can to try and get up there, both riders, towards this last lap. Desperate times for both of them to try and hold on. Minia with a better jump across there.
That was a nice inside line from the corner prior to that, set it up. That could be a potential passing opportunity.
So coming into the right-hander just up here, Minia went right around the outside, actually a couple more turns up. Will we see that again?
And let's not forget the far left-hand side of the big tabletop where he stays exceptionally low is another potential passing opportunity.
Right here.
Right here, but he has to cross across. He doesn't. He's going for the right-hand side, but he hasn't taken that. That's a nasty takeoff ramp, that far right-hand side.
Yeah, important to know exactly what the rest of the track is on offer with all those liners. They make their way past Helen McCutcheon. Good to see her out there as well on the number 10 machine, getting some valuable laps in on the track.
So does he have enough time to remount one more challenge? Caden Minia may get one more bite at the cherry, but he can't afford another mistake. It doesn't seem to take him too long to get back onto the rear end of Jack Mather. Once he makes a little bit of a mistake here, that was beautiful through the inside there. Such finesse.
As we go to 54, that is. Looking for our leader, possibly.
That we just had our race leader sneak through that checkered flag. Ryan Alexanderson takes a victory here in spectacular form and a nice, handy little gap over second place rider Connor Towle, who comes through
not too bad in second place. We've said it before, a second is almost as good as a first for the first moto when it comes to the overall, because if you come out and you win that second moto, doesn't matter what happens with everyone else, you've got that overall victory. Third place for Byron Dennis, and a very nice consistent top three, and Jack Mather will hold on to fourth place. Cade Minia coming through in fifth.
Solid start by all of these riders. As we see Flynn there on the 60 machine, probably went back a little further than we expected at this one. But again, still a good start to the day. This one here, though, is one that might hurt just a little bit. The 82 machine, Campbell Williams.
10th place is not what you want when you're trying to reel in those very muchly needed championship points. There we see number 62, Ryan Alexanderson. Loving the look of that bike. Almost reminds me of Craig Anderson back in the 1997 days with the factory KTM machines. Such a great job these teams and riders have done getting the retro look happening.
And he's dirty, man. He has had to work for that one. As we take a quick look at the Maxxis Tyre results for the MX3 class, moto number 1, Ryan Alexanderson, lightning fast takes the win. Connor Tower with another solid performance there in second place. Byron Dennis, Jack Mather, Cade Minia back there in fifth place.
Liam Owens in sixth place, and he tried his darndest to stay with Caden all the way to the finish. There we see Cooper Holroyd in 11th, Seth Birchall, Kobe Hantis, the list goes on. Great job for the MX3 riders here in Moto 1.
Yeah, unfortunate there, 14th place for Olander after that. Coming together with, I think it was Mather there in that, no, Alexanderson was, and back a little bit further than he needed. So we just wait for our final rider to get there. We'll take a quick look at the highlights, the Honda highlights of Moto number 1, MX3. And it all happens straight off the start again. It's so important for these guys to launch out nice and early. There was a mistake by Williams you caught at that time, Lee. Unfortunate for him, but it really put him in a bad position.
And see how far back Jed Alsop is, all the way near the back of the pack. And then we see off the right-hand side of the screen that tumbling bike through the air. And this is where the action started. Up and over the tabletop, Cade Minia. Not with the start that he would have liked, but the first of our on-track incidents once we got that first turn out of the way. It was all about Connor Towell, who made his way up to the head of the pack, making the pass on Jack Mather.
At that point is exactly when he was running those lightning fast 146 lap times. So quick. So maybe just a little bit of intensity going towards the end. There was coming together for Olander. Unfortunate for him. Mather battled it out all the way to the end also, but this little tip over will keep him back there in fourth place.
The battle erupted from there on in, almost coming together there for Jack Mather and Cade Minia, and the battle kept on right the way to the end. There was a few little battles, and that was the point where he just lost the end of Jack Mather. Okay, let's go down to Kate, who's with our podium.
Byron Dennis in P3, a really smooth ride from you. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks for that. I felt really good out there, and hopefully there's more to come in Moto 2.
Yes, exactly. Good luck.
Thanks for that.
And in P2, Connor Towell. I think we've removed that moustache you had growing before, but you led up front for a while there. It was really great to watch. Well done on a podium.
Yeah, we got off to a good start. Ran up front for a little bit. Ran out a bit of steam, so we'll go get some fuel into us, some food, some water, some Powerades and shit like that, and then we'll get to it.
Great. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
And in P1, Ryan Alexanderson on the KTM. Yeah, you really came through at the end there. You've come back from an injury, so congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. I made it real tough for myself. Terrible start, but luckily I had a bit of pace and fitness to be able to push through, but boys held up a good fight, so it was a good race.
Yeah, well done. Good luck for the next moto.
Thank you very much.
Well, an incredible victory there for Ryan Alexanderson, Moto 1 of the MX3. Time for a quick break. When we come back, MX1 action.
New CRF 250R. Lighter, faster, stronger. Ready to help you find your edge.
Carving through twisties, nailing the perfect landing, leaning into every corner, losing yourself on the open road. There's no feeling like it. The howl of the wind in your ears, feeling every vibration, every inch of the tarmac. Just ride.
Welcome back to the Penrite Oils ProMX Championships, brought to you by AMX Superstores. We're here at Coffs Harbour for Retro Round, and retro it is. Take a look down at the start line for some of the coolest retro bikes you will ever see. Danny Ham, we have got 2 strokes, we have got drum brakes. We're going to have smoke coming out the back of those things very, very soon.
And there's plenty of detonation too from what we heard earlier on, Lee Hogan. These bikes were running just a little bit lean for the very heavy conditions that they had out there in their practice. We've already seen them on track once, and of course it was Inglis that came out on top with that one. They get another shot out there now, and I'll tell you, this track will have changed a lot for them. Should be a little bit easier for them. I think there's certainly a lot of ruts out there. How's the left-hand side kickstart there for the Honda right in the middle?
Wow. Very cool. All these guys trying to kickstart the bikes. Amazing job.
Yeah, it's a big effort to get them going as we see them pull back. But before we jump into this race, Lee, we got a chance to have a look around the pits for Retro Round. What a sight it was.
It's Retro Round, baby, and we are taking it way back to when Craig Dack would wear blue eyeshadow, Danny Ham had hair, and the motocross paddock looked like something out of a Wham video. And it's all here for round 6, so let's check out who brought their A-game. Talk about A-game. Somebody's brought the goods. Jesse Dobson on the Serco Yamaha. Tell us about this retro god situation you've got going.
Well, when we found out that Retro Round was going to be this weekend, I had a couple of ideas I wanted to do, and I spoke to the team, and yeah, look, here we are now, and I'm loving it. Hopefully we can keep this for the rest of the rounds.
Oh, how good, and it's not just you. We've got a creeper in the background. Who is your hairdresser?
Gavin Hill's personal hairdresser.
Great, they did an excellent job.
Hey, yeah.
Beautiful. Okay, so the bike, because we've got some retro theme livery going on here. Jesse, give us a bit of info.
Well, this is actually a throwback and a bit of a tribute to the 1986 Yamaha team. And on that team, it was Glenn Bell and Mark Luxich was the mechanic. And yeah, I wanted to give back to them a little bit and pay tribute to them because they helped me a lot in my career. And yeah, I think it's turned out pretty cool. So yeah.
That looks great. Those locks are going to really help you out there in the mud. Can't wait to see how that goes. See you guys. Peace out. Well, if it isn't men at work, Brad McAlpine, what have we got squeezed into this extremely sexy looking overalls?
We've got a 74 model squeezed into a 78 model outfit, I think. And I'm just in it.
So good. Aaron Tanti, now this is because I'm wearing a DAC shirt, right? So this DAC yellow black thing it's retro. It's a thing. You're wearing it now.
Yeah, it's retro around, and yeah, my mechanics are dressing up, so I got to dress up too.
Alistair, you come over here. Give us a little bit of a take on your thoughts on this excellent suit.
Yeah, well, this is Gaz's from back in the day, so I still fit into it. It's a little big, but looks all right.
And what have we done to the bike?
Yeah, well, so we got a bit of the retro kit up the side here, and we've used a lot of the old symbols and stuff, and yeah, the YZ490 on the airbox, because yeah, they used to be around back in the day, and yeah, so it's looking good, and you know, matches the number plates too.
Exactly, red. Okay, boys, well, I'll leave you to it. We've got to check out the other camp. See you later. And here we have a fine vintage retro specimen. Yes, it's Brett Metcalf. Brett, I knew you were going to get into the theme of this.
Oh yeah, I'm ready to go retro. I'm retro.
Yeah, so tell us, what are you wearing?
I am wearing a 1986 or 87 Go the Rat Motocross the Nations jersey. Check the back out.
Yes, 87.
Cool, and a 1999 KTM hat that I had signed by a rider from the 99 Broadford GP National. So I just brought it all out.
Beautiful. You always bring the goods. Thank you, Brett. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
I can safely say that Retro Round Coffs Harbour was a success because you too. Oh, well, isn't this a Christmas ham, Danny Ham? And Lee Hogan, what are you wearing?
Well, I left my retro kit at home, so I just thought I'd come as myself, you know.
Fair enough. And talk me through this because this is exquisite.
Inspired by the genuine Miller Yamaha team when I was back on there, you know, back when I was someone, and I thought this is very, very appropriate right now.
Yeah. Too many sandwiches for you, young man. Okay, well, you two actually should be back at work and we should be going racing.
Absolutely. I just want to keep wearing this mullet and put a helmet on, have it flapping out the back.
Oh, the beauty.
Wow, that was fun, Danny Ham, I tell ya. You looked pretty damn good on that. I think you needed the Coke can sticking out the top into Mars bar, and you would have fitted in with quite a few of our mechanics from back in 96 mil Yamaha.
No, I did feel pretty good in that. It was warm. Don't get me wrong, it was very warm in that outfit. Yeah, you know, I didn't have to work too hard to get that look, either that physique. It's pretty close already there.
And I think Ross McQuarters himself would have been pretty impressed when you were giving us a lesson on how to walk down the slippery jump with your heels and you took a digger.
hey, but it's still clean, mate. It's all hands, nothing hit the ground, so all good.
There's no proof. All right, well, race number 2 of the pre-95 Classic Evo Cup is coming up very, very soon. Can't wait to see these guys into it. Like you mentioned earlier, we have got some great bikes. This is a very cool slow-mo. This guy is so into it.
Great to see all of these bikes and these riders out on the track. Really challenging times for some of these older bikes. Certainly I would not put mine out there to get all messed up. As we take a look at this lineup for Moto number 2, Brenton Inglis was the winner of the first race. Paul Grant, a big name from back in the day as well. Robert Burns, Alex Middleton and David Middleton, two of the same family right there.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing if Paul Grant can come up with the goods in this one. He struggled a little bit in the first one trying to find the pace of Inglis. Was on that Chesterfield Yamaha 252 stroke. Let's see if he can come up one better this time round. Oh, a little bit of a...
Yeah, Middleton jump. Oh, Inglis down, taking down another one.
Oh,
big moment.
We have just had all kinds of dramas here that we just did not expect to see in the early stages of the Classic Evo Cup. Paul Grant has come out shining like a diamond here on the CR500 two-stroke.
So that was Burns and Inglis, our second or first and third place out of Moto number 1 that went down off the start.
Would love to get one of the Honda replays, see if we can get a look at what happened, because I dare say that front wheel must have got caught in some kind of a straight line rut, and he's just gone down exceptionally hard halfway down that straight.
The whole shot award, of course, going to Paul Grant, and that is one thing that you come very familiar with in the VMX scene when you have a moment, a crash, and you've got to sit there and kick and kick and kick. All of us people on modern day bikes are spoiled with the press of a button to get going. And it's not that easy to kick over one of these big 500s at the best of times.
Imagine if you had your Kickstarter on the left-hand side of the bike like that poor bloke trying to start his bike up. It just would not feel normal, that's for sure. So like we mentioned, the winner of our first race of the day is trying to start his bike after a monumental cartwheel halfway down the main straight.
So I was going to mention just before that race got underway that it looked like they'd done some work on the start straight. They've scraped off all the mud and it's probably hidden a few ruts. The problem was with Inglis, yes, he lost the front end in a straight line, so he had to have been caught in some rut that he did not see, and then it just bit and threw him over the bars.
Yeah, that was huge. Yeah, very, very big crash. Paul Grant got himself a nice 3-second gap now over Alex Middleton.
Here we go for that start. Have a look at this. Keep your eye on the 74 machine here, right off the back. Oh, that's a big tuck along. And then Burns
nowhere to go. Okay, so watch the Chesterfield Yamaha here. Front wheel starts sliding here and then digs into some deep mud, and he drops his head straight down into the only dry line on the track there. That was so much going on here. Look at him, he's just thinking everything's totally cool at the moment.
Great jump out of the gate. This is going to be a brilliant hole shot. Look at the guys dipping their head there, trying not to get filled in by all the roosts.
All right, let's see how long this slow-mo goes for, because I think it's the number 50.
Oh, what a shame. That was
just
so
teasing
close.
us. That was brilliant. The poor guys. And unfortunately, of course, for our original race winner from Inglis from race 1, he finds himself way back in the pack, and that is even if he's got that bike going. Paul Grant stretching that lead out even more. He's got close to a 10-second gap now over second place. Alex Middleton
on the 125 Honda. Here it is on screen. Have a listen to this thing as comes around. Certainly working very hard. The air-cooled machine. No, it's a water cooled. My apologies. Listen to that clutch work.
Oh, that poor motor.
Now, all these guys leading into this race, you know, it's always meant to be coming out, having fun. I bet you Inglis and Byrne are rethinking that fun thought after that start of that of this moto where they both hit the ground quite hard as well. There wasn't a soft landing in that one at all.
Well, Danny Ham, tell us, what's the procedure when you have such a big cartwheel like that, when, first of all, the bodies are pretty old, but the bikes are exceptionally old, and you basically add a few zeros at the end of the price for any parts that you might bend if you have a crash. When you first get up, do you evaluate the body or your poor bike?
Well, that's a good point. That's a tough one. Of course, I think the body. And I'm going to get a bit nerdy here. You remember the old computers with their slow RAM and the memory and how long it took to do something?
Yes.
As you get older, that system check you do on your body takes longer and longer. It's very similar to that. But then
full
after
system
that,
check.
the tears start coming into the eyes as you look over and see the parts that are lying next to you. And in that replay, we saw a lot of red plastic that was getting thrown around everywhere on that start. So there is a process, yes. It does take longer the older you get. And I'm sure they're going to be going back looking at the bike going, what have I done?
Yes.
What have I done?
Yeah, so checklist, full system check of the body, first and full system check of the bike, and then we get the calculator out and we start figuring out what we're in for.
Matthew Young there in third place. That sounds like another 125, is it?
Yes.
He's got a black number boards.
What are all these 125s? I tell you, if I was on a 125, I would still be on my way to the first turn. It would be going that slow out there in these conditions. So great job to these 125s to be so far up near the pointy end of the field. Paul Grant, your polar opposite, CR500 with more horsepower than you can throw a stick at, quite possibly more horsepower than any of our 450s will be lining up in the not too far distant future in race 1 of the MX1 class.
We did a story in one of the magazines quite a few years back where we put a Peter Melton's actually KX500 against the brand new KX450 of the year, and it was a very big surprise to see the horsepower and the torque of the 500 compared to the 450. Blew it out of the water. Of course, when you put that onto the track, things are completely different, but just simple horsepower, yeah, the old 500 back then was more than competitive.
Yeah, and trying to stop the 500 two-stroke when it comes time to grab a handful of four fingers on the brakes, because they just don't want to stop, and you don't have the assistance of the four-stroke engine brake to help slow you down a little bit. Ooh, looking a little bit twitchy there was Paul Grant as he lands a little bit hard, perhaps not wanting to get too hard on the throttle down the down ramp there, but it looked like we had basically zero throttle going on. Looks like he's enjoying himself out there. Paul Grant certainly knows his way around a motocross track, that's for sure.
Now, I've done some VMX races with Paul Grant, and I can tell you that he is still very quick. And when it comes down to it, when we have to put the hammer down, and he will still take you down. I can attest to that. It has happened to me. And he said, I didn't even know you were there.
Didn't mean that.
Nah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
The brakes don't work real well on this thing.
Yeah, look, we still came in. We had a laugh about it. You know, it was all for the fun of it. It was not intentional. But, yeah, certainly loves to race motocross. When it comes down to it, as I said, can be very fierce on the track as well. You see, work his way around. David Middleton here on the 24 machine. Another very well presented bike, always very well presented bikes by this man right here. Loves his motocross, has been around doing it for quite some time as well.
Yeah, that looks fantastic. The CR250 two-stroke, I'm going to say 86, 87-ish.
I think around that era, yes. I did love that sort of look back there,
Yeah.
the days of the Ricky Johnsons and the David Baileys and stuff. That blue seats really went well with that bike, and this thing here, no exception to that at all. Very well presented motorcycle.
Yeah, and you can see if you have a look on the side there, the white Honda wing, worldwide, the factory Honda team would have underneath that, it would say HRC. Underneath that, you would have a flag. I remember when Jeff Leask, of course, was racing for us over in the World Championships, there was a beautiful Aussie flag under there. So no matter what country you were from, if you rode for the factory Honda HRC team, you got your country's flag under there, and a lot of the time your name would be under that. So iconic era for Honda, and these guys are really doing it justice here today.
1 minute, 50 seconds left in moto number 2 for these guys as they still work their way around. Now, we saw Middleton actually hit the gates off the start of this one. Was that just jumping a little bit early, or was that an old clutch saying, I've had enough, I need to go? As we saw you pass me made from Burns, who was our rider that went down on the start.
Oh, he is on fire, isn't he? He's come through. It's the one that I mentioned was so lightning fast in qualifying. He was flying around, but in that first race he was nowhere to be seen. He dropped right off the pace of our leaders, so good to see him. He seems to be sneaking around a heck of a lot faster at the moment, and listen to that thing. It's just the torque of the old school Honda. See, I don't even know whether to call that a 500 or a 480 perhaps. Air-cooled, see the fins on the top of the motor. Let's have a look at the Honda replay here, and of course the slow-mo.
Matthew Young on the 25 machine, that 125 up and over. Look at the guards. It's really not that muddy out there.
Too bad.
Yeah, impressive.
Just in the first part of that slow-mo, I believe we saw it was an original pipe. Very, very hard to get. Not a pro circuit, not a Bill's pipe, an original pipe, which back in those days when they put those exhaust pipes together, they had this thick seam on them. It's almost like they forgot to take them off, and if you caught that on the bottom of a rut or something, it would fold your exhaust straight under.
Well, we will be seeing the last lap board in a couple of laps. I think our leader probably has already gone across the finish line, so he's just beat the clock. Or actually, is he heading around to the finish line just here?
Yeah, it's our race leader.
He's a little bit further in front of the finish line. Yeah, it's the leader on screen. Sorry, Lee.
Yeah, he's coming through, looking very smooth. He almost looks like he's not trying, doesn't he? When he's in this kind of frame of mind, he's got a lead, he's just rolling that on. Getting a little bit creative with the lines there, trying to keep away from the bumps and the ruts, etc. Doing whatever it takes to make his way through. Lap 5 of 6 here. Oh, that was a foot dab. You don't want to be dragging your foot off. If it comes off the side, that's not too bad. If it gets dragged under the foot peg, it's normally an instant broken ankle.
Well, speaking of broken ankles, I was thinking also, I wonder what foot pegs all of these guys are running. those old foot pegs, so tiny, and every time I'm near one of them, you just think of the ankle injuries that you sustain from having those such small foot pegs. I don't know how they did it back then. It was almost like just a piece of Rio bar coming out from underneath the bike.
Yeah, and when you combine the fact that you've got these very small, narrow foot pegs with the soles of your boots that were that flexible, they were almost like a set of runners. You could very easily fold your feet over the top of your foot pegs, particularly if you landed a little bit hard off a jump.
No more support than what we see of the shoes our director actually wears at the motocross track either. You see the last lap board coming out for our race leader. And up and over, it's a bit of a slow affair at the moment for Paul Grant, but I'm sure he's out there enjoying himself. I know all of these guys, as we said, it's about going out and enjoying your motocross. There is 93 of Daniel Green on screen. Another one of our 125s, I think.
Yes, and just sort of to follow on from what you said there, Danny, retro foot pegs and boat shoes do not go hand in hand, that's for sure. Last lap board out, have a look at the smoke coming out the back of that Kawasaki, perhaps a little bit of castor oil in the mix there. We're in the dying stages of this Moto number 2 for the Classic MX. Paul Grant has shown everyone how it's done here today at Coffs Harbour, race number 2. Now, these guys have got 3 motos, so their third and final moto will be the last race of the day. The track is going to be nasty.
Here is 25 Matthew Young. He has actually moved himself up in front of Alex Middleton over in this last lap, so great ride there. And our leader, of course, Paul Grant, 30 seconds out in the lead. The 500 getting himself out to the bike itself, getting a great start using all of that power. Puts him up the front nice and early in this one, and he's ridden it all the way through to the end of this race. Elbows up, great style still by Paul Grant. He was very fast back in the day. As you said, he was CDA Yamaha with you. He was also with me at one stage. Been on plenty of big teams as well. One of the fastest guys back in the mid-90s.
Yeah, and he's doing exceptionally well here. And like they've said quite a few times, you pop yourself on a 500cc two-stroke, and if you can find yourself a nice bit of dirt that's got a bit of traction and not too many bumps, you're going to be having a great time. And I tell you what, if you could hop inside of the helmet of Paul Grant, he'll be having an absolute blast of a time at the moment. Through the left-hander and make his way towards the checkered flag, and victory here in Moto 2 at the Classic MX Moto number 2. Fantastic job from Paul Grant on the CR500.
Hard work out there. You can just see, and I think this is going to play into the rest of our races, we're starting to see some very hard surfaces presenting themselves, and those back ends sliding out. As this race actually isn't finished between these two, this is second and third still. Matthew Young on the 25 machine. Looks like he may be able to hold on to it. One final turn as he makes his way towards the checkered flag, swinging off that clutch. Will come across there in second place, just in front of Alex Middleton.
Got the horns going on. The boys are pumped.
Yes.
Giving each other a little bit of a rev up. And what a battle right the way through to the checkered flag for our second and third place riders, Matthew Young and Alex Middleton. Here we see number 93, that's Daniel Green. He's about to make his way through. Number 57 there, Robert Burns. Tipping her in for the final corner. Checkered flag out for all of these riders in the Classic Evo Cup and the Pre-95. 2 separate classes, actually. And here he is. It'll be all smiles at the moment. Have a close-up look at that bike there. Got the Pro Circuit exhaust on. The old retro colours.
But we fancy shots.
He's got that gold VHM head there.
I don't know if all of that's going to pass. It looks a bit too modern to me.
It looks a little bit too fancy.
Wow.
Let's have 4 or 5 stabs at the clutch there just to get this that cannot be bothered going down a gear. We'll get her across the finish line however we can. What a fantastic job from all of the riders here, and the job they did bringing out their pride and joy motorcycles. Let's take a look at the results here. Classic MX Moto 2. Paul Grant from Matthew Young, Alex Middleton, Robert Burns, David Middleton rounding out the top 5. Okay, let's go down to Kate, who's with our podium.
Yeah, I've got Paul Grant here. He's just telling me how that was hard work, but the hard work was worth it because you came through with a P1.
Yeah, it was actually good fun. I was surprised when I went through the first turn, looked around and there was no one there, and went, hope everyone's all right. But it's his hard work on this big girl, and it's great fun out there. And it's really good to be back to the National for having been for a long time, and especially get onto one of the bikes that I always loved to ride, and watched all my legends that were here last night riding them, and a few of the old bosses that were here, and it's just great to get out there and have a ride.
Oh, excellent. Well, well done, and good luck for the next motor, because you've still got one more to go.
Yeah, thanks guys, and hope you're enjoying it, and hopefully we can come back another time, and all the best for the rest of the boys. It's good.
Yeah, thanks, Paul.
Thank you.
Well, fantastic job there for Paul Grant, taking a solid victory there in Moto 2 of the Evo Cup. Thanks so much for joining us for the live stream so far. Make sure you tune back in at 1 p.m. on SBS Stan or Sky Sports New Zealand when we bring you all the afternoon action. Welcome back to the Penrite Oils ProMX Championships, brought to you by AMX Superstores. We're here at Coffs Harbour for Retro Round and talk about retro. Jesse Dobson doing it for us here and the fans. I'll tell you what, Danny Hand, this retro theme has been spectacular.
Dobson, clear winner. Without a doubt, yep. Clear winner. Got right into it. Their bikes were fantastic. His outfit was fantastic, as we see on the line. The next retro race for us, of course, the VMX. We look at the lineup: Tompkins, Middleton, Young, Middleton, Grant, Cox, Hardman, Burns, Inglis, and Notley, the top 10. 5-second board is up. We're about to get this one underway. And last time out, there was a massive crash in this start straight. Let's hope it doesn't happen again.
Oh, another great jump from Paul Grant on the Honda CR500. He has just checked out as he heads into the second turn. Of course, the first turn, a sweeping left-hander, high speed into this tight right-hand turn. And these guys will be presented with quite a nasty truck, Danny Ham, shall we say.
How's the charge for the lead already?
The smoke coming out the back of Paul Grant's bike.
The whole shot award, the Penrite MX whole shot award, goes to Paul Grant, of course, the 500 power, getting him out into the lead nice and early. We see Inglis there in second place and Byrne in third, who were the two riders that went down massive in the second moto off the start. So great to see them back out there. And when we saw that crash, we saw red bits flying everywhere. I went over and saw them and they said, yep, nah, there's nothing broken. That was just the paint they used to make the guards look a bit better. So great to see that they're back out there ripping it around. Now, these guys were out earlier. Third race of the day, as you said. Final moto of the day. The absolute worst the track can be. Some of these guys are maybe a little bit older than their prime. It's going to be tough for them to get around here.
It will, and what I'm really impressed with, Danny, is Brenton Inglis up there in second place. Of course, he was our winner of race number 1 and went down hard, not very far out of the start gate in Moto 2. I wasn't sure how sore he was going to be, just how he was going to perform here. He's gone searching for some creative lines here in that left-hander. I think that might cost him a little bit, but I'm interested to see if he's got anything for Paul Grant. That was an interesting corner there from Granty.
Well, I think the 500 power is really going to come into its own here in this final race. The track certainly has levelled out a little bit in some spots, and where he can turn that throttle on, he has certainly got the advantage. A little bit tougher through some of these corners with the deep ruts, but Granny is an established rider that has seen more ruts than you could believe over his time. But they are still for some new stuff as well. The back end stepping out when they hit that hard pack.
Yeah, that was an exit stage right section there for Paul Grant as he's really trying to find some smooth lines. He's really struggling. He needs to get into a little bit of a rhythm and he needs to do it quickly or he's going to get rounded up by Brenton Inglis as quick as he can say anything, I think.
YZ250 up the inside. Can he use the rut to his advantage or will Granny turn that power on? The 500 just launching it up. He has managed to hold himself into the lead for now, but I tell you what, it's quite a charge by Inglis as they both paddle their way through, and Granny tries to find traction.
Well, I've got to say, Danny, it's where I had the privilege to go down and do the truck piece a little bit earlier on, and I can promise you, from standing down there, you could bury a small bike down in those ruts, that's for sure. And it's interesting exiting the corner where those far inside lines, the three of them, they come very close together on the exit. So you think you're kind of safe next to someone until you get to the exit of the corner, and you find you're almost about to bash bars with someone.
Fantastic setup there for Inglis. Is this the problem with VMX bikes? He just said, no more please, I am done, as he tries to find an exit off to the left. Hopefully he doesn't get cleaned up after putting in the effort and getting himself into the lead.
Such a shame.
Paul Grant is gifted with the lead now on that CR Honda 500 and the end of the day for the Yamaha. Unfortunate for him, but these are the joys of the MX.
So you just got to wonder, is that a result of that crash that we saw in race number 2 for Brenton Inglis, or is it something totally unrelated and just both legs off the back of the bike there for our number 57, Robert Burns? Have a look. Did you see how deep that middle part of the rut was there?
Have a look at the bottom of his fork legs too, the amount of dirt that is collected from these deep ruts.
Yeah, the fork lugs sit about a metre lower than the axle height, so you go through a deep rut and you are dragging those fork lugs, that's for sure.
It's doing everything it can, from the power of this bike to the fork lugs at the front, to rip you off that bike. Again, VMX, let's go and race it. It sounds like a whole heap of fun. And we get to do it at the final race of the day when it is absolutely hardest to get around this track. With the sun right in our eyes, heaps of shadows. Oh, it just sounds like a fun time.
These guys are having an absolute ball, though. True credit to them. They don't do it. They're not getting paid to go do this. They're heading home and probably going to be swinging off the pressure wash before they have to go to work tomorrow morning. So full credit to them. And really, it's us. We're the ones that are getting treated because presenting us with these bikes, it's such a gift.
And the sounds is what we miss, especially with these 500s.
Music to our ears.
Yeah, for the older generation that grew up listening to these and really wanting to have one of these bikes, which I did and I got. I don't think there is a better sound than a 500 wide open. So great to see him out there. Here is the 32 machine of Middleton as well. This is Alex Middleton, the son of David Middleton on that CR125, who came across, I think, in second last time around. And he was right there in front of Matthew Young, who's on screen on the 25 as well.
There's been a couple of the 125s that have been doing exceptionally well. I know they're extremely down on horsepower compared to the 250, particularly the big 500. However, when it comes to lightness and throwing them around, well, I must say, coming from you, Danny Ham, you would know, being one of Australia's exceptional 125 riders from back in the day, a lot of race wins under your belt, that you would know more so than anyone how much fun these things are to throw around on a track.
Even to this day, I absolutely love getting onto a 125. They are so much fun. You have to work your butt off, though, to make them run, as you see these boys swinging off the clutch, trying to find that very, very narrow power band. But they are so much fun when you get out there and just rip them in. And the lightness of the bike, as you said, you can really throw these bikes around. You're more in control of this bike than the bike in control of you, like you see on the 500s and even the 450s of these days sometimes.
Well, and complete opposite to you, Danny Ham, was myself. At the moment I turned senior, the day I turned 16, I never sat my bum on a 125 again. I was on a 250 and 500 2 weeks later at the National Championship. So weighing 80 kilograms the moment that you turn 16, the 125 was not my friend. I was getting smoked by little whippets like yourself.
Well, I was probably 60 kilograms when I turned 16. So the 125 was certainly my my preferred go-to. As we see these riders making way through the ruts and into this left-hander once again. It's very close between these two. And they were close last time out on the track as well. Just dabbing their way through that rut. And you can see how much the shadows have moved just from that 450 race we saw only moments ago. That jump was in full sun. Just shows how low that sun has come down. And going into this first turn down into this corner right here, it is directly in the eyes of the riders.
Now, something that I wouldn't mind finding out, and perhaps something that we can get Kate to ask Paul Grant, if she does get to chat with him on the podium, and ask him what gear he started in on the 500. So for myself, one of my favourite bikes I've ever raced was a few years there. I was on a 500 and I was fortunate enough to win the 94 National Motocross Championship on a Honda CR 500 and race the Motocross of the Nations in 94 on a Honda 500 as well. And we always started in third gear. They would not bog down. They would rocket out of the gate with the smallest amount of clutch needed. So I'll be very interested to know if Grandy decided to launch that Honda 500 out of the gate in third gear, or if he opted for that second gear option. I'd be very interested to know.
Yeah, it'd be. I would like to know, because I'm still using the second one. I've done it, so now that I know that, I might try it myself. As Paul Grant makes his way through the easy lift left-hander and into Thor right. He is 1:48 on the clock, so you'll be seeing the last lap board, maybe in a couple of laps now, depending on how quick he gets around 2:13 lap times. Certainly just trying to enjoy his ride while he is out there up and over that big tabletop.
He's starting to look a little comfortable now. He's looking like he's found a couple of nice lines where you can almost go, all right, well, I don't have these death-defying ruts and bumps in front of me here. It's a bit of a blessing to be able to go searching almost on an excursion to find a nice little bit of terra firma.
One thing I did find out with my bike, the 500, it actually handles pretty good. You'd be surprised thinking the older bikes, they probably don't handle as good, but they certainly can hold up for sure on a motocross track. They're a great bike still to get out and have some fun on. I don't know about a twin shock bike. I've never been on one, Lee, but yeah, that might be a different story, but certainly this era here, the bikes still handle quite well.
It was only a few weeks ago I got to ride a friend of mine, Danny Parr's 1986 model Honda CR500. I got to do some starts and a few videos, etc. And the one thing that I did note, I got to ride it in my parents' backyard in a rut track, and I can't believe how good they handle in corners. Now, I think it's got a lot to do with the seating position, because with today's bike, we sit up on top of the seat so much. You have a look at the dip on Paul's bike here, as you can see how low it is. You sit right in it, so much lower centre of gravity, and man, you feel like you're on rails when you're tipping it into corners.
Not only that, how soft the seats are. Yeah. It's like a lounge chair. So it's a comfortable ride, certainly kind on the back as we have a look at David Middleton here. Nice shot in the slow-mo replay.
Have a look at that tear off on the left-hand side of the helmet, just flapping in the breeze. You can see that's the nice little tag there where the left hand comes up to clear your vision. Front fender there just slapping around with a little bit of extra weight from the mud underneath. It's a great slow-mo there.
Oh, Dave's going to be stoked with that. Rubber form, look at that. Finger on the front brake, ready to go.
Beautiful. Nice form.
Perfect. As our race leader makes another lap around, we should be 2 laps to go now. Getting into this full turn. Look at the ruts coming into that, the amount of different lines trying to pick him up.
Yeah, looking very nice and smooth here as Paul Grant as he comes through. And a 500 just sounds great when they're just above idle. No one wants to hear a 500 around 10,000 RPM, because if you do, you're probably going to hear the vibration of the bike more so than the motor. You want to hear that thing lugging. A 500 sounds so cool when you start it up. Just give it a little bit of a rev and they're just sitting there idling. And, you know, that's what we heard with Paul Grant coming through there, pulling a nice tall gear and just idling his way through that corner.
And the complete opposite right here for the 125. You need to have that thing screaming to keep it moving.
If it gets under 13,000 RPM, it bogs down.
Alex Middleton on the 32 machine sits there in third place, a little ways back from the other riders. Beautifully presented bike again. The Middletons certainly know how to get their bikes looking the best before we get to each of these races. And having a great day as well, up and over. And they will get the last lap board around this time. Like we saw with Granny when he was on the podium last time around, he said, yeah, look, it's tough, but I'm having a ball. You know, it might not look the fastest, but they certainly are having some fun out there.
Yeah, and let's not forget the amount of technology that's gone into their motorcycles as well. You know, you must admit, if you put these guys on a modern bike, you don't really know how much faster they would go. I think they're so used to their retro bikes, their old school Evo bikes, that they get around pretty damn fast on these things. It's good to see. Main thing for these guys is the enjoyment. You know, if we didn't have these enthusiasts that enjoyed the old bikes so much and put so much time and effort and, shall we say, money into these things, we wouldn't have a class like this at a national round. It's so good to see.
And for the punters at home that may not know, this CR500 here, just in front of us, beautifully presented. They could fetch anywhere up between $15,000 to $20,000.
Oh, you could buy 2 of today's brand new current model 450 motocrossers. You could get a couple of those bikes for the price that you would pay for one of these.
Yeah, that's $15,000 to $20,000 done complete.
Yeah.
You'd probably spend $20,000 alone just trying to get it up and running again after you bought the original bike for 10. So you're probably 30 deep in it, but hey, it's just the way it is.
Yeah, you need to be an enthusiast to have something like this, and to have the passion. You would have almost had to have grown up in this era to appreciate these bikes and just how difficult they are to ride at speed, that's for sure.
That's a funny thing, though. With VMX, when we do get to do those races, there is a lot of young guys getting out there and ripping around on these. I can tell you, they are fast as well.
Yeah. So not long to go now for Paul Grant. We are in the dying stages here. 7-second lead over Robert Burns there back in second place, and he's having an absolute blast. Is Paul Grant out there at the head of the pack, doing a fine job and about to close it out here for the final race of the day, Danny Ham.
Only one more turn to go. Paul Grant, I'm sure, as you said earlier, has enjoyed every moment of it. They get a chance to sit down and watch all the top riders go out and ride the same track. He will come around and greet the checkered flag. Another win for him in the Classic MX Moto number 3.
Still blowing out a little bit of smoke, that 500. Nah.
You want it to blow smoke when you've got some of that really good fuel and oil running through it. There's nothing like running around a track like this, and then as you turn around and come back at yourself down the next straight, being able to smell your bike. It's so good.
Yes.
And the 125s just over the finish line there. Of course, that was Middleton and our Suzuki, the only Suzuki out there of Cox. The 125 also getting around. Young about to come across the line to close his day out as well. And the bike, besides that one, the Chesterfield that just stopped, they've all made it to the end.
All made it through.
Yeah.
And let's not forget just how muddy practice was earlier on in the day. These guys weren't scared. Every single one of them went out. We didn't see anyone electing to, pull the pin and let's save my bike for later on. But here's the man of the moment. He has done what he needed to do. A little bit of a semi-smile. You don't get much of a smile from Paul Grant, whether it was back in his race days or these days, but probably a bit more likely to get a smile out of him here on the podium, I think, if Kate does her job.
Just look how neat that bike is. It's beautifully presented. That Pro Circuit pipe looks sensational on it. Again, that WP shock, but I don't know about that. All right, here are the results for the Classic MX. Moto number 3, Paul Grant, of course, we saw took the win in front of Robert Byrne, 57. Alex Middleton in a third place. Matthew Young, David Middleton, Daniel Green, Smarty Cox, Adam Notley, Samuel Hardman, and then Stephen Sweeney are your top 10 riders out on track. So great day for all of these guys. Let's head down to Kay for the final time with Paul Grant.
Yes, exactly. Another win for you, Paul. Congratulations. All that hard work out there did pay off in the end.
It did pay off, but I'm feeling a bit sorry for Inglis out there. His bike failed then, and he had a crash in that second one, and it was looking like going to be a good little race in between us two. And man, I'm taking my hats off to the boys that were out there just before us. Hey, those guys got it tough, and that's tough for us. I can tell you. So it's been a good day. It's just good to see everyone come out and have a bit of the pre-95 stuff and, go back to where we were before and where our heritage come from.
Yeah, well, it was great to see those bikes out there. You probably got a pretty big cleaning job to do tonight.
Oh, definitely. And thanks to my dad for coming with me and helping me drive up here and just having a good weekend.
Excellent. What a nice story.
Thank you. Cheers.
Well, great job there from Paul Grant. A sensational victory. And bike's looking pretty damn clean as far as I'm concerned, Danny Ham.
Yeah, considering what it was looking like at the start of the day, I think these bikes have come up pretty good.
And when it comes to retro round, you don't get much more retro than these bikes. The pre-95, that is just absolute magic, isn't it?
Yep, love to see that thing. Sound of it, everything about that bike is just so good.
Well, you've got me inspired, Danny Ham, that's for sure.
Yeah,
I know you've
should,
got
man.
yourself a 500. I need to try and...
I'll sponsor you my 500 to come and do a race with us.
I need to try to find my replica 94 model from back then in the day. I'd give anything to have kept that, but of course at the time it's the last thing that crosses your mind.
No, absolutely.
Look at that. Air-cooled fins on the side of the motor. Spectacular. Unfortunately, a little bit more mud on that bike.
Great day of racing here at Coffs Harbour, especially for the retro round, and to see these guys out there. Tough day at the office for all that were out on the track as we see the top 3 places get their trophies for the day. I know they are going to go home with bragging rights to talk to their buddies over a few drinks tonight.
There'll be a bit of nostalgia there for Paul Grant as well. He's been up on the podium a few times as a pro when he was younger, so this will feel good.
Back on the big stage for Paul Grant.
Right, well, with Coffs Harbour now in the books, it's time to mark into your calendars round 7 of the Penrite Oils ProMX Championships, brought to you by AMX Superstores, as we head further north once again to the beautiful Sunshine State, where Queensland Moto Park will play host to the penultimate round of the series, August 14th. Now, while you're at it, let's chalk up round 5 of the My Bike Motorcycle Insurance Australian Superbike Championships, presented by Motul, as it heads to Morgan Park Raceway in Warwick, Queensland, on August the 5th to the 7th. And for you AORC fans out there, we head next to Kingston in South Australia for rounds 9 and 10 of the Yamaha Australian Off-Road Championship, presented by MX Store, September 17th and 18th. And that, of course, is after the Nowra doubleheader was cancelled due to wet weather. Danny Ham, wow, what an event we have seen. Retro is the big winner.
Love today, love everything about this event. Cannot wait to see what happens over the next couple of rounds. But before we do that, let's head down to Cape one more time.
Stephen Sweetie, the winner of the Classic Evo Cup for round 6. That was pretty hard work out there. You look exhausted, but the bike looked fantastic, and so did you.
Thank you. The bike is brilliant. I have to thank my mechanic Peter, my partner Carol, and Larive Konski for getting me here. It's been fabulous. The Coffs Harbour Club, you've done a great job. To every flaggy out there who put his heart and soul into it, thank you. And to my physio, my sports medicine doctor, my plastic surgeon and my orthopaedic surgeon, thank you for the thousands of dollars I've given you over the years.
Well done, congratulations.
Thank you. That was grouse.
Wow, what an amazing job there for Steve. Congratulations. And a few sponsors there probably should add Nurofen to it, no doubt. All right, well, Coffs Harbour, you have certainly turned it on for us this weekend, and we hope you've enjoyed the telecast. On behalf of Danny Ham, Kate Peck and myself, Lee Hogan, thank you so much for joining us. Be sure to tune in August the 14th as we bring you live action from QMP in Queensland for round 7 of the Penrite Oils ProMX Championships, brought to you by AMX Superstores. Goodbye for now.